Nima Quill became queen by stealing a crown no one had ever worn. It was not made of gold. Gold was too honest for thieves. It did not hide what it was, did not pretend to be humble, did not learn the shape of a pocket and wait for careless fingers. The crown of Velaris' underworld was made of rumors, favors, grudges, secret roots, hungry children, and the sort of fear that changed its name depending on who held it. For 20 years, the alleys beneath the bridges had belonged to old Garon Vetch, a thief lord with a laugh like a wet boot and a temper that had kept sharper men obedient. When he died face down in a bowl of eel stew, peacefully, according to those who had not seen the spoon lodged in his hand, the city's thieves split like a cracked pot. Every crew chief thought the crown should be his. Orvek Tallow claimed it first, because Orvek claimed most things first and thought volume made law. He gathered his bootmen in the cellar of the Bent Jackal, slammed a fist on a table, and announced that every purse cut on the west canals would owe him 1 coin in 5. That same night, Nima stole the table. Not the money on it. Not the knives stuck in it. The table itself. By dawn, the cellar stood empty except for 4 bewildered bootmen and a chalk sparrow drawn on the floor where the table had been. By noon, every tea shop from the Fish Steps to Lantern Quay had heard how Orvek Tallow had declared himself Lord of Thieves with both hands planted on a table he could not keep. Orvek roared. Nima smiled into her scarf and bought a pair with his own coin. The next contender was Vesselint, who preferred poison to punches and liked to whisper that she had friends in palace laundries. Nima sent 3 sparrows to follow her messengers, another to befriend her washerwoman, and one particularly small boy to crawl through a bakery vent and listen behind a flour sack. Within 2 days, every crew in Velaris knew Vesa had been selling names to a noble debt collector. Vesa left the city before sunset, wearing a traveling cloak that Nima had politely returned after removing its hidden banknotes. Then came Harl Brindle, who controlled the river locks and had the patience of a spider. He tried to win by bribery. Nima let him. She allowed his silver to pass through 7 hands, 3 false pockets, 1 hollow prayer bench, and a basket of onions. By the time Harl realized his bribes had purchased loyalty pledges written in disappearing ink, half his men had already sworn themselves to no one and the other half had accepted better terms from Nima, less profit, fewer beatings, no work involving children. That was when the name began. Sparrow Queen. At first, it was said with a sneer. Then with irritation. Then, little by little, with something dangerously close to respect. Nima did not like it. Queens were targets. Queens sat too high. Queens had banners and enemies with long memories. Nima preferred ledges, eaves, half-open windows, and the blessed invisibility of being underestimated. She was small enough to slip through a tavern crowd without moving anyone's elbow, quick enough to lift a coin from beneath a man's thumb, and clever enough to know that every throne was only another kind of trap. But the sparrows came to her anyway. They were not birds, though most of them weighed little more. They were the children of Velaris-of-the-Bridges, runners, lookouts, whisper carriers, lock squeezers, message folders. The city saw them only when one darted underfoot. The thieves saw them as tools. Nima saw them as the line no decent person crossed. So she crossed it first and made it hers. No child works after dark, she told the gathered crews from atop a rain barrel in the half-ruined courtyard of St. Oran's Bell House. It was raining, because Velaris was usually raining, had recently rained, or was preparing to rain with artistic dedication. Water threaded through the cracked stones and dripped from the old bell ropes above. Around her stood pickpockets, lockbreakers, smugglers, roof runners, boat ghosts, card cheats, and 3 women who could empty a pantry while the cook was still in it. Orvek Tallow stood in front, arms folded, red beard glistening with rain. He looked as though someone had forced him to swallow a live crab and wait for it to apologize. No child, Nima repeated, works a noble house. No child takes blame for an adult's job. No crew robs the pot of a widow, the purse of a day laborer, the pantry of anyone whose children have thinner wrists than ours. One of Harl Brindle's former men spat into the rain. Thieves with manners. How pretty. Nima looked at him pleasantly. You have a complaint, Jorvan? I have a stomach, he said. Manners don't fill it. No, Nima agreed. But dead customers don't either. Hungry districts hide us. Terrified districts sell us. Choose which city you want to work in. A murmur moved through the courtyard. Orvek snorted. Listen to her. Talks like a magistrate. No, said Selaman from beneath the shelter of a broken arch. Magistrates talk longer. A few people laughed. Not loudly. Not yet. Nima glanced toward Sela and tried not to smile. Sela looked harmless at first glance, which was one of her best weapons. She wore a plain brown dress, a shawl pinned with a dull brass needle, and an expression of mild patience that had undone more liars than Nima's quickest fingers. Once, she had been a seamstress in a noble house. Now she stitched together secrets and sold only the ones that would not get children killed. Nima lifted her chin. Rain slid down the edge of her hood. Last rule. We do not take palace contracts. That silenced them. Even the rain seemed to hush for half a breath. Orvek's eyes narrowed. That is where the heavy purses are. That is where the nooses are, Nima said. That is where the power is. That is where people like us vanish. Jorvan muttered, Old Garon took palace work. Old Garon is dead. This time no one laughed. Nima looked over them all, counting faces, measuring resentments. Rob the cruel if you can outrun them. Cheat the greedy if you can outthink them. Smuggle bread before rubies. Never sell a name to a noble. Never put a blade to a throat for coin. Break these rules, and you may keep calling yourself a thief, but you will not work under my sparrow. From somewhere near the back, young Pello Stitch piped up, 3 cheers for the Sparrow Queen. Nima closed her eyes. The cheers came anyway. They were ragged at first, then louder, echoing off wet stone and broken bells. Nima stood on the rain barrel with her mismatched gloves tucked under her belt, one blue and one grey, and wondered how many mistakes a person could make while trying to prevent worse ones. Across the city, above the bridges and canal fog, palace bells answered with a colder sound. The palace of Velaris rose on white stone terraces at the city's highest point, where the canals narrowed and the 7 main bridges met like spokes in a wheel. Its towers were slender, its windows tall, its roofs tiled in blue-green slate that shone after rain. At night, lanterns burned behind colored glass and made the whole place look as if it floated above the city, too bright to belong to the same world as the fish markets and laundry gutters below. Captain Tavren Caul disliked it immediately. He stood in the Hall of Civic Oaths with his left hand resting lightly on the hilt of his ceremonial sword and his right hand pressed to a shard of oathglass set into a silver stand. The shard was the size of his palm, clear as frozen rainwater, cut with 12 facets to catch the light of the high windows. The hall smelled of polished stone, candle wax, and old vows. A dozen courtiers watched him from either side of the aisle. They wore river pearls at their throats and fine layered sleeves embroidered with family marks. Some looked curious. Some looked bored. One elderly lord peered at Tavren as though he were a farm tool brought indoors by mistake. Tavren kept his gaze forward. Duchess Amalune Vea sat on the low judgment chair at the end of the hall. She was younger than Tavren had expected, perhaps no more than 25, with copper-brown hair arranged in formal coils and a face trained into stillness. Only her right thumb betrayed her, circling again and again over the signet ring on her forefinger. Beside her stood Minister Corven Jast. He was pale, silver-haired, and elegant in a way Tavren distrusted on instinct. Not because elegance was a crime, but because Corven wore it like armor. Every fold of his dark plum robe lay perfectly. Every ring on his hand had a reason. Every glance he gave seemed weighed before it was spent. Captain Tavren Caul, Duchess Amalune said, her voice carrying clearly through the hall, you have been summoned from the river provinces by recommendation of the Eastern Command. You are to assume charge of the Velaris City Guard. I understand, Your Grace. You are to defend the city, uphold lawful order, and answer to the ducal seat. I so swear. The oathglass warmed beneath his palm. Light moved through it, faint and blue, like dawn under ice. Tavren felt the familiar pull of binding speech, not in his body exactly, but in the space between breath and decision. An oath was not magic that seized a man's will. It was worse than that. It waited. It remembered. Duchess Amalune leaned forward. Do you swear to administer justice without favor for rank, wealth, district, or blood? A rustle passed among the courtiers. Minister Corven's eyelids lowered almost imperceptibly. Tavren noticed. "I so swear," he said. The blue light strengthened. The Duchess's thumb stilled on her ring. For the first time since he had entered, she looked directly at him, not at his uniform or his provincial manners or the sword he wore, but at him. "Then rise, Captain Caul." He did. The oathglass settled back to clarity. It had taken his words. If he broke them, it would know. Minister Corven stepped forward with a smile that did not warm his face. "A clean oath. Admirable." Tavren bowed his head. "I try not to make untidy ones." A flicker moved at the corner of the Duchess's mouth. Corven's smile remained unchanged. "Then we are fortunate. Velaris has need of discipline. The lower districts have become bold beyond tolerance. The so-called Sparrow Queen has united cutpurses, smugglers, lockbreakers, and street spies under one sign. Her network has mocked the guard, interrupted tax collection, and frightened honest merchants." Tavren had read the reports during his journey. They had been precise in dates and vague in proof, which made them poor reports and excellent accusations. "I will review the watch ledgers," he said. "Review them, certainly," Corven replied. "But do not mistake delay for wisdom. Your predecessor made that error." The hall seemed to grow colder. Tavren held Corven's gaze. "Captain Rusk vanished while on duty, did he not?" "A regrettable matter," Corven said. "Likely bribery. Possibly murder. The Sparrow Queen's people are difficult to separate from rats. Rats are usually found where grain is badly stored. This time the silence had teeth." Duchess Ameloon looked down at her hands. Corven looked amused. "An interesting observation," the minister said. "But His Grace's city does not need a philosopher. It needs a captain. Crush the Sparrow Queen's network. Quickly. Publicly. Let the lower bridges remember that there is one law in Velaris." Tavren bowed. "There should be." Corven's smile thinned. By sunset, Tavren had taken possession of the captain's office in the guardhouse below the palace wall. It was a narrow room with damp stone, 3 shelves of neglected ledgers, a weapons rack, a cracked washbasin, and a window overlooking the North Canal. The desk had belonged to at least 6 captains before him, judging by the initials carved underneath the drawer. His lieutenant, Bram Vosk, stood by the shelves with a stack of reports in his arms and a scowl on his scarred face. "The last captain kept poor files," Bram said. "The last captain is missing." "That too." Tavren opened the top ledger. "Tell me about the Sparrow Queen." Bram made a dissatisfied sound. "Clever. Young. Hard to catch. Might be one person, might be 3 wearing the same rumor. Uses children as messengers." Tavren looked up. "Uses? That is what the reports say. And what do you say?" Bram shifted the ledgers. "I say street children have carried messages since before I wore boots. This one pays them in food and roof space. Doesn't mean she isn't dangerous." "No," Tavren said. "It means the report chose its words carefully." Bram studied him for a moment, then gave the smallest nod. "You noticed." "I noticed many things. Missing tax wagons blamed on thieves with no recovered goods. Prison transfers signed by clerks who retired before the dates listed. Arrest ledgers copied too cleanly. No ink blots. No amendments. No human hand is that tidy. You say that like it bothers you. It does." Bram set the reports down. "Careful, Captain. People who get bothered by the wrong things in Velaris tend to get reassigned. Is that what happened to Captain Rusk?" No. Bram's expression darkened. "He got bothered and then he got gone." Before Tavren could answer, a shout rose outside. He turned toward the window. A commotion had broken across the North Market Bridge below. 2 guards in city blue were pushing through a crowd of fish sellers, basket porters, and evening shoppers. A small figure darted beneath a hanging row of silver eels, slipped between 2 barrels, and vanished under a cart. "A boy." One guard lunged and came up holding nothing but a torn bit of brown sleeve. Bram sighed. "Sparrow." Tavren was already moving. The North Market Bridge smelled of salt, rain, fish, horse sweat, and hot chestnuts. Lanterns swung from iron hooks overhead. Vendors shouted over one another, praising their wares with the desperate poetry of people who needed supper money. Canal boats knocked softly against the mooring posts below. Tavren entered the crowd without drawing his sword. That made people notice him differently. A drawn blade scattered a market. A uniform without a drawn blade invited curiosity, suspicion, and the occasional insult muttered just softly enough to avoid arrest. The boy burst from beneath a spice table with a paper packet clenched in one hand. He was quick, but frightened quick, which meant wasteful. He kept looking back. "Pello," someone hissed from above. Tavren glanced up. A figure crouched on the narrow stone lip of a closed ribbon shop, hood low, one hand braced against the wall. Small. Balanced. Watching everything. Their eyes met for less than a second. Then she smiled. Tavren's purse vanished. He felt it go. That was the irritating part. Not the theft itself, but the skill of it. One brush against his left side, no tug, no stumble, just absence. The hooded figure dropped from the shop ledge to a canvas awning, bounced lightly, and landed in the market with the grace of a cat who had made peace with gravity. She flicked his purse once in the air, caught it, and turned as if to disappear. Tavren did not chase her. He stepped sideways and caught the boy instead. Not by the collar. Not by the arm hard enough to bruise. He simply moved into the path the boy had chosen and closed one hand around the back of his jacket. The boy froze. The hooded young woman froze too. Around them, the market held its breath. Tavren looked down at the boy. He had dark, tangled hair, narrow wrists, and the furious dignity of someone too young to be so practiced at fear. "What is your name?" Tavren asked. The boy glared. "Prince of the Moon." A demotion. "I thought you were Pello." The boy's mouth fell open. The hooded woman recovered first. She began to back away. Tavren said, without looking at her, "I believe you have my purse." "I believe you dropped it," she replied. Her voice was light, quick, amused. Young, but not childish. There was rainwater on the edge of her hood, and beneath it he glimpsed a sharp chin, brown skin, and eyes bright as wet walnut. "Then you may return what I dropped. How generous of you to permit it." "Keep the coin," Tavren said. "Return the ring." That unsettled her. Only slightly. But Tavren saw it. The purse had held little money. His signet ring, however, had been wrapped in a strip of river blue cloth and tucked into the inner seam. He had removed it before the oath ceremony because the captain's ring now outranked the family one, but he disliked leaving personal things in palace rooms. The boy twisted in Tavren's grip. "Don't give him anything, N." The young woman coughed sharply. Pello snapped his mouth shut. Tavren looked between them. "N. Nobody," she said. "An unusual name. Saves introductions." Bram arrived behind Tavren with 2 guards. "Captain." The woman's eyes moved over the exits. Tavren watched her count them: bridge stairs, fish stall gap, awning line, rope basket, canal rail, crowd pocket. He tightened his hold on Pello's jacket just enough for her to notice. Not enough to hurt. Enough to say he understood the board. Her expression changed. The smile remained, but the playfulness cooled into calculation. "What did he steal?" Tavren asked the nearest guard. The guard held up a sealed packet. "Merchant claims he took saffron papers." Pello's face flushed. "Did not." "Liar," snapped the spice seller, a thin man with rings on 3 fingers. Little gutter rat put his hand right under the tray. Tavren took the packet from the guard and sniffed it. Not saffron. Ink gum, ash, and cheap wax. He broke the seal. Inside lay a folded note marked with a palace service stamp. The spice seller went pale. The hooded woman saw it too. Tavren knew because every trace of mockery left her face. "What is your name?" Tavren asked the seller. "Merrow, sir." "Merrow," Tavren said calmly, "you accused this child of stealing saffron." Perhaps I mistook." "Perhaps." Bram leaned close enough to see the stamp. His scowl deepened. Tavren folded the note again without reading it. "Not here. Not in front of a crowd." He released Pello. The boy staggered, then looked up at him in naked confusion. "You are not under arrest," Tavren said. Pello glanced at the hooded woman. She had gone very still. Tavren held out one hand toward her. The ring. For a moment he thought she would run anyway. Instead, she approached with lazy caution, as though the entire market were no more than a card table and she held the winning hand. She wore fingerless gloves, one blue and one gray. From the blue one, she produced his ring. She did not hand it to him directly. She set it on top of an overturned apple crate between them. "A careless thing to keep in a purse," she said. "A careless thing to steal from a guard captain." Her brows lifted beneath the hood. "Captain already? Velaris ruins uniforms faster every year. So I am told. Take advice from a nobody, Captain." Her voice dipped lower. "Uniforms see little from the street. Boots see more. Rats see most. Are you calling yourself a rat?" "I am calling rats observant." He picked up the ring. The crowd was pretending not to listen with the intensity of people listening very hard. Bram cleared his throat. "Should we take her?" Several things happened at once. Pello kicked one of the guards in the shin. A basket of chestnuts overturned. Steam billowed from the vendor's cart as if summoned by stagecraft. Someone shouted about eels. The hooded woman grabbed the rope of a hanging sign, swung up onto the fish stall roof, and vanished over the bridge arch before Tavren's nearest guard had finished cursing. Tavren caught Pello again by the back of the jacket. The boy looked betrayed by physics. "No," Tavren said to Bram. Bram stared at him. "No. No, we should not take her. She robbed you. And returned the valuable part. Poorly behaved, but efficient. She is probably the Sparrow Queen." "Probably." Bram waited. Tavren looked down at Pello. "Who gave you the packet?" Pello clamped his mouth shut. The boy had a good face for defiance. Unfortunately, he also had a terrible face for secrecy. His eyes flicked toward the spice cellar, then toward the palace wall. Tavren released him again. "Go home." Pello did not move. Quickly, Tavren added, "Before I develop a fondness for paperwork." Pello ran. Bram watched him disappear under a fruit cart. "The minister ordered us to crush the network." "He did. And this is crushing. This is learning where to step." The spice seller tried to slip away. Tavren caught his sleeve without looking. "Not you." By the time the market settled, the hooded woman was gone, the boy was gone, the crowd had acquired a story it would embroider beyond recognition by morning, and Tavren had recovered his ring. His purse, however, remained missing. At the bottom of the North Bridge, Nima ducked behind a rain barrel and pressed a hand over her mouth to smother a laugh. Pello stumbled into the alley a moment later, panting. "You left me. I watched you get released. Very different. He knew my name. You shouted mine. I almost shouted yours. Yes. I noticed the heroic restraint." Pello bent double, hands on knees. "He could have arrested me. He could have arrested both of us. But he didn't." Nima looked back toward the market bridge. Captain Tavren Caul stood near the spice cellar, listening while one of his guards searched the man's sleeves. The captain's posture was too straight for the lower city, too formal, too polished by rules. Yet he had not struck Pello. He had not used him as bait. He had not even opened the palace-stamped note in front of the crowd. Interesting. Dangerous word, interesting. It had led Nima into locked rooms, noble carriages, high windows, and once into a laundry chute from which she had emerged smelling like lavender and regret. Pello wiped his nose on his sleeve. "Did you keep his purse?" "Obviously. Anything good?" 3 coins, a receipt for boot polish, and a folded prayer to Saint Vey. Boring. And a captain who notices too much. Pello looked worried. "Is that bad?" Nima turned Tavren's empty purse over in her hands. It was plain leather, river-made, with careful stitching and no vanity. A practical man's purse. Inside the seam, where the ring had been hidden, she had found one more thing, a tiny scrap of paper with a name written on it. Rusk. The missing captain. Nima tucked the scrap into her glove. It is never good when the law starts thinking. At the guardhouse, Tavren read the seized note twice. Then a third time. Bram stood opposite the desk, arms folded. The spice cellar had been placed in a holding room with bread, water, and one extremely bored guard outside the door. He had confessed to nothing, which was not the same as saying nothing. Sweat had a language. The note was brief. Transfer confirmed. Wax mark remains ducal. Claim Sparrow loss if stopped. Payment through West Lock. No signature. Only a blot of dark wax pressed with a mark Tavren did not recognize, 3 narrow lines crossing a circle. Bram tapped the edge of the desk. Not a thief message. No. Palace service stamp. Yes. Could be stolen. Could be, Tavren agreed. Convenient that a boy accused of stealing saffron happened to be carrying stolen palace instructions about falsely blaming thieves. Bram grunted. I dislike convenient things. As do I. Tavren opened 3 ledgers and arranged them side by side. Tax shipment reports. Patrol routes. Prisoner transfers. His finger moved down columns of dates. West Lock appeared too often. So did missing wax seals. So did claims of Sparrow interference written in the same careful hand by different officers who should not have shared handwriting. Bram watched him work. You think the Sparrow Queen is being used? I think someone wants the city angry enough to accept harsh measures. Against her. Against anyone named as part of her network. Bram's expression shifted. He understood what that meant. Children. Widows. Laborious. Anyone inconvenient. And the minister? Bram asked quietly. Tavren leaned back. Rain tapped against the window. Beyond it, Velaris blurred into lantern streaks and wet stone. Somewhere below, the Sparrow Queen was likely opening his purse and judging its contents. Minister Corven gave me an order before I had read a single current watch ledger, Tavren said. He mentioned Captain Rusk before I did. He called the lower city rats in a hall built to honor justice. I am not accusing him. Yet. No, Tavren said. Not yet. A knock came at the office door. Bram turned. Enter. A young woman stepped inside clutching a stack of record books against her chest. She wore the neat grey of palace clerks, though one sleeve had been mended with blue thread. Her hair was pinned severely back, and there was ink along the side of her thumb. Captain Caul, she asked. Yes. I am Lyra Fenn. Third Records Clerk under Treasury Adjunct Marik. Bram's gaze sharpened. Tavren stood. What can I do for you, Clerk Fenn? She looked at Bram, then at the closed door, then at the window, as if calculating how many ways truth could escape and how many ways it could be punished. I was told you asked for the tax ledgers. I did. You were sent copies. Yes. Her fingers tightened on the books. Copies can be made obedient. Tavren did not move. Lyra swallowed. The original ledgers say 3 tax shipments were lost to thieves near the West Lock. But the receiving marks appear 2 days later in a restricted palace account. Not lost. Moved. Bram said, You are certain? I remember numbers, she said. All of them. Tavren believed her. Not because she was not frightened, but because she was frightened and had come anyway. Who else knows? He asked. Lyra's face paled further. Ivan Marik. My superior. He told me to stop looking. Will he talk to me? I do not know. She hesitated. He is a good man who has spent too long being afraid. Tavren took the ledgers from her carefully. Why bring this to me? Because Captain Rusk asked the same questions, Lyra said. Then he vanished. Because today a palace packet was nearly planted on a street boy. Because if the Sparrow Queen is blamed again, the lower courts will fill by week's end. Bram exhaled through his nose. You took a risk coming here. Yes, she said. Please make it worth taking. After she left, Tavren stood over the original ledgers until the candles burned low. Numbers told their own stories if a person had patience enough to listen. These told a story of money moving through official hands, then disappearing behind false thefts. Of prison labor assigned after questionable convictions. Of guard patrols diverted from certain bridges on certain nights. And threaded through it all, like a convenient shadow, was the Sparrow Queen. Near midnight, When the guardhouse had quieted and Bram had finally gone to check the holding cells, Tavren found the paper bird. It sat on his windowsill. Folded from grey rag paper, beak tucked beneath one wing, tail split in 3 precise points. The window had been latched from the inside. The drop below was 3 stories to the canal. Tavren stared at it for a long moment. Then he opened the window and looked out. Nothing but rain, rooftops, and the hush of water against stone. He unfolded the bird. Inside, written in a quick, slanted hand, were 11 words. Ask your minister why stolen gold travels with palace wax. Below the words was a small drawing of a sparrow. Tavren should have been annoyed. He was annoyed. He was also, against his better judgment, smiling. On the rooftop opposite the guardhouse, tucked behind a chimney slick with rain, Nima watched the captain read her note. Pello crouched beside her, shivering beneath a patched cloak. Can we go now? In a moment. He smiled. Pello said suspiciously. I saw. Is that good? Nima studied Tavren through the rain-blurred dark. He did not crumple the note. Did not call for guards. Did not throw it into the candle flame. Instead, he folded it once, carefully, and placed it beside the ledgers on his desk. No, she said softly. It is inconvenient. Pello groaned. That sounds worse than bad. It usually is. Below, Captain Tavren Caul closed the window and returned to his desk. Nima touched the brass bird charm at her throat, hidden beneath her scarf. Her mother had once told her there were 3 kinds of people in Velaris: those who locked doors, those who picked them, and those who understood why the door was there. Nima had never met many of the 3rd kind. She was not ready to believe Tavren Caul might be one of them. Not yet. Still, before she slipped back over the roofline into the wet and watchful dark, she found herself hoping the new captain was clever enough to survive the question she had given him. Because if he was not, the city would swallow him. And if he was, he might become the most dangerous man she had ever needed. The next morning, Tavren Caul ordered a raid on St. Oran's Bell House. He did it loudly. He did it in front of 12 guards, 3 clerks, 1 palace runner, and Bram Vosk, whose left eyebrow rose so slowly it might have been trying to climb off his face and seek better employment. St. Oran's. Bram repeated. That is what I said. In daylight. In daylight. With 2 patrol wagons. With 2 patrol wagons. And written notice to the West Bridge Watch? Written notice, Tavren confirmed, signing his name at the bottom of the order. Proper procedure should not be neglected. Bram stared at him. Tavren sanded the wet ink. You have an objection, Lieutenant? Several. Most of them impolite. Begin with the polite ones. There will be nothing there by the time we arrive. No, Tavren said. I expect not. Bram's expression cleared by half an inch. Ah. The nearest clerk kept writing. Tavren handed the order across the desk. Dispatch that immediately. The clerk bowed and hurried out, carrying the notice as though it contained a royal pardon instead of a guard raid destined to find dust, pigeons, and perhaps 1 sarcastic chalk drawing. Tavren waited until the door closed. Bram leaned closer. You are warning her. I am informing the appropriate district watch of a planned operation. You are warning her through official paperwork. I cannot help what irresponsible persons may overhear in a city full of irresponsible persons. Bram's mouth twitched despite itself. The minister will expect arrests. The minister will receive a report. That is not the same thing. No. It is cleaner. Bram folded his arms. You are playing a dangerous game, Captain. Tavren looked down at the original tax ledgers Lyra Fenn had brought him, now locked beneath a false drawer when not in use. I am learning the board. By noon, half of Velaris knew the guard was coming to St. Oran's. By 1 o'clock, the Bell House courtyard was empty. By 2 o'clock, Tavren arrived with 20 guards, 2 patrol wagons, and the sense of being watched from every roof tile in the district. St. Oran's Bell House looked even worse by daylight. Rain had turned the courtyard mud dark as tea. The shattered bell tower leaned over the surrounding rooftops with stubborn architectural resentment. The old chapel doors hung crooked, and the saint's stone face above the arch had been worn smooth by weather until he looked less holy than surprised. Search it, Tavren ordered. The guards spread out. They found 6 broken crates, 2 abandoned blankets, a barrel containing rainwater and floating apple peels, a pair of old boots, 3 pigeons, and 1 painted sparrow on the inside of the bell tower door. This sparrow wore a tiny blue guard captain's coat. Bram made a sound suspiciously like a cough. Tavren examined the painting. Good likeness. The shoulders are too narrow, Bram said. That was your objection. Bram pointed to the sparrow's painted hat. Also, you do not wear feathers. Not yet. One of the younger guards approached with a bundle of folded papers. Captain. Found these beneath a loose stone. Tavren opened them. Recipes. Onion soup. Rye cakes. Pickled eel. The last page contained a note written in the same quick hand as the paper bird. You raid like a man ringing dinner bells. Tavren folded it once and tucked it inside his glove. From the roof of a shuttered cooper's shop across the lane, Nima Quill watched the captain find her note. Pello lay flat beside her, chin propped on both hands. He does not look embarrassed. That is because guard captains are trained at birth to stand as though embarrassment is illegal. He found the recipes. Yes. Do you think he will try the onion soup? His lieutenant might. He looks sensible. Pello squinted. The captain looks sensible. The captain looks troublesome. That is different. Yes. Below, Tavren ordered his guards to search the chapel interior again, not roughly, not with the wall-breaking enthusiasm of men who wanted to impress a minister, but carefully. He stopped one guard from kicking apart a cracked wooden chest and made him open it properly. Empty, as Nima knew it would be, except for old candle stubs and a nest of startled beetles. Pello glanced at her. Why did we let him find anything? Because a completely empty nest means the birds were warned. A few crumbs mean they merely flew early. He knows we were warned. Yes. Then why pretend? Because everyone else is listening. Pello frowned as though listening might be contagious. Who? Nima looked beyond the guards, beyond the courtyard, to the narrow lane where a fishmonger had paused too long with an empty cart. To the old woman beating a rug that had already surrendered all its dust. To the boy with palace-polished shoes pretending to buy chestnuts from a vendor who had not lit his brazier. Everyone, she said. By sunset, the official report stated that the raid had located no major thief stores but had confirmed evidence of recent Sparrow activity. Minister Corven would read failure. The lower bridges would read warning. The palace would see diligence. Nima would see invitation. At least, Tavren hoped she would. He left the guardhouse after moonrise without uniform. Bram disliked that too. You are captain of the guard, he said, following Tavren down the rear stair. Captains of the guard generally wear guard coats when walking into thief districts. Precisely why I am not wearing one. You think they will not recognize you? I think they will recognize me and appreciate the courtesy of not arriving as a parade. Bram's boots struck the stair harder than necessary. You should take 4 men. No. 2. No. 1. I am taking 1. Me. No. Bram stopped. That is somehow worse. Tavren adjusted the plain dark coat he had borrowed from a storage peg. It pinched at the shoulders. If I bring you, they will assume I came to arrest someone. If you go alone, they may decide to drown you. I can swim. Can you swim after being stabbed? I am hoping to avoid the experiment. Bram stepped closer, lowering his voice. You are trusting a thief. No, Tavren said. I am trusting that she dislikes the minister more than she dislikes me. That is thin rope. Most useful ropes are thin. Thick ones are too obvious. Bram muttered something about provincial captains and death wishes, but he did not stop him. The city changed after dark. Velaris by day belonged to merchants, porters, criers, ferrymen, clerks, and noble carriages that expected mud to step aside. Velaris by night belonged to lamps, reflections, whispers, and anyone who knew which bridges creaked before they broke. Tavren moved through the lower districts with his hands visible and his pace unhurried. Twice, he saw children vanish ahead of him. Once, a shutter closed on a house he had not looked toward. At the mouth of a narrow lane, someone dropped a white feather from a rooftop. It landed at his feet. He picked it up. A paper thread had been wound around the quill. Tea. 3 streets east. Ask for burned honey. He found the tea shop tucked between a locksmith and a shop selling second-hand buttons. Its sign showed a black kettle with a dent in its side. Warm light glowed through oiled paper windows, and the smell of steeped herbs drifted into the damp lane. Inside, Mera Duskettle looked up from wiping the counter. She was silver-braided, round-faced, and possessed of the calm authority of a woman who had outlived fools in bulk. 3 customers sat at separate tables, all pretending they had not noticed Tavren enter. "We are closed," Mera said. The door was open. Doors are often liars. "I was told to ask for burned honey." Mera's eyes traveled from his borrowed coat to his boots, which were too well cared for to belong to the district. "Were you?" "Yes." "And do you want burned honey?" "I suspect I do not know. That is the first intelligent thing a man has said in here all week." She jerked her chin toward the back. "Sit where the ceiling leaks least." Tavren obeyed. The back table stood near a narrow hearth where a kettle steamed over blue coals. There were 2 chairs. One was already occupied. Nima Quill had not worn her hood. That was the first surprise. The second was that she was younger than shadows had made her, perhaps 23 or 24, though her eyes had the alert sharpness of someone who had learned danger before letters. Her dark curls were pinned back with 2 plain copper clips. A small brass bird charm rested at the hollow of her throat. Her mismatched gloves lay on the table between them like a challenge, one gray, one blue. Tavren sat across from her. She studied him. "No uniform. I assumed you knew what I was without one." "Unfortunately." Mera appeared with 2 cups. "Burned honey." Tavren looked into his. The tea was dark amber and smelled sweet at first, then smoky. Nima lifted her cup. "Drink carefully. Mera brews it for regrets." Mera snorted. "Then the captain should have ordered a pot." Tavren took a sip. It was sweet, bitter, and hot enough to punish arrogance. Nima smiled. "Well, I have regrets." "Good. We can begin." Mera left them, though Tavren suspected she heard every breath from the front counter. Nima leaned back in her chair. "You made a great noise at St. Oran's. You left recipes. You looked thin. I will give the onion soup the attention it deserves. That will be a first for guard paperwork." He set his cup down. "You sent the note. You received it. Ask your minister why stolen gold travels with palace wax," he quoted. Nima's amusement faded. "Does it?" "Yes." "Then you already knew enough to ask." "I knew enough to suspect." "Suspicion is cheap. Evidence is not." "No," Nima said. "It costs people." The words settled between them. Tavren looked at her hands. Bare without the gloves, they were slender, brown, and marked with small scars, old cuts, rope burns, one pale line across the base of her thumb. Thief's hands, perhaps. Workers' hands too. "What do you want, Nima Quill?" Her eyes sharpened. "That is a rude amount of name for a first meeting. You used mine yesterday. I stole yours. That is different." "Fine. What do you want, nobody?" "Better." She turned her cup slowly. "I want your guards to stop sweeping up children because a palace clerk needs a full column of arrests. I want debt collectors to stop borrowing uniforms. I want prison carts checked before they leave the lower bridges. I want whoever is hiding behind the Sparrow name dragged into daylight. That is a long list. I can add to it. I am sure." She tilted her head. "And you? What do you want, Captain?" "Evidence that can stand in court." Nima laughed softly. "Courts stand on coin. Oathglass stands on words. Oathglass stands where nobles can afford to put it." He accepted the blow without flinching. "True." That surprised her more than argument would have. Tavren continued. "I want to know what happened to Captain Rusk. I want to know why tax gold listed as stolen by thieves appears in restricted accounts. I want to know why prison ledgers have been altered. And I want to know why Minister Corven ordered me to crush your network before I had opened a single file." Nima's fingers stilled around her cup. "Careful," she said. "That is treason adjacent." No. Treason is betrayal of the city. Asking whether a minister is corrupt is merely bad for advancement. Her mouth twitched. You do not seem ambitious. I am very ambitious. For what? Sleeping well. She looked away first. A small victory, though Tavren had no desire to win it cruelly. Nima reached into her coat and placed a folded strip of cloth on the table. Inside lay 3 wax flakes, red-black, each stamped with the same 3-line circle Tavren had seen on the palace note. These sealed crates passed through the West Lock last month, she said. Marked as temple oil. Too heavy for oil. Too guarded for temple goods. My people followed them to a dye house that has not dyed cloth in 7 years. Whose dye house? Owned by a shell company. The shell company is owned by a widow who died before she signed the purchase. The witness mark on the purchase belongs to a clerk with no left hand. Tavren looked up. And you know this how? I steal thoroughly. Apparently. The crates left 3 nights later in guard wagons. He absorbed that. Can you identify the guards? 2. Maybe 3. One wears a silver tooth cap. One limps when it rains. One hums funeral songs and thinks no one wants to push him into the canal. Do you? Often. Have you? Not yet. Tavren folded the cloth around the wax. In return? Nima's eyebrows rose. I thought you were honorable. I am. That is why I am asking the price aloud. No arrests of sparrows. No wrongful arrests of sparrows. Do not embroider. Do not ask me to ignore crimes committed by children. They are hungry. That is a reason. Not a pardon for every act. She leaned forward. Fine. No prison for a child who steals food, messages, or coin under another adult's order. Agreed, if they cause no bodily harm and identify the adult. They will not identify anyone if they think your cells will swallow them. Then they may identify them to you, and you may tell me. That requires trust. Yes. They looked at one another across the steam. Neither smiled. Nima said, You set that trap neatly. You walked around it neatly. I am still not your informant. No. And you are not my tame captain. Certainly not. Bram would object to the word tame. Bram is the eyebrow? Yes. I like him. He distrusts you. That shows judgment. Mera returned with a plate of small rye cakes and set it down hard enough to end whatever argument might have been forming. Eat. Plotting on an empty stomach leads to sloppy villainy. I am not plotting villainy, Tavren said. Mera looked at Nima. Nima selected a cake. Not sloppy villainy. The meetings continued because neither of them could find a safer alternative. Never twice in the same place. Once in Mera's back room, between shelves of dried mint and jars labeled in a handwriting no living person could decipher. Once beneath a bridge arch while rain fell in silver cords beyond the stone. Once in the empty balcony of an abandoned puppet theater where a faded dragon hung from strings overhead and Pello insisted on making it nod whenever Tavren said something too serious. They exchanged information in pieces. Nima gave Tavren routes, faces, false names, warehouse marks, the difference between honest smugglers and palace smugglers, and a list of guards she believed were being paid to look away. Tavren gave Nima patrol patterns, arrest records, names of prisoners convicted with questionable oathglass, and quiet warning when the minister demanded visible action. To the palace, Tavren appeared relentless. He ordered searches. He increased patrols. He summoned merchants for statements. He inspected lockhouses and questioned ferrymen. His reports were full, precise, and respectable enough to bore anyone who did not know how to read between ink strokes. To the lower bridges, Nima's sparrows carried different meaning. 3 patrols near St. Oran's meant clear the west roofs. A guard wagon with 1 lantern meant danger. 2 lanterns meant false danger. If Captain Caul wore gloves on a dry day, the minister had sent observers. If Lieutenant Bram Vosk sneezed twice near a public fountain, everyone should avoid the fish stairs until sundown. Bram discovered this last signal by accident and was furious. I have become weather, he told Tavren. You are useful weather. I am a lieutenant of the city guard. With seasonal significance. Bram glared. I knew the Sparrow Queen would be a poor influence. Despite himself, Tavren found the work exhilarating in the way difficult things sometimes were when they finally became honest. He had spent years enforcing laws written by people far from the injuries those laws caused. In Velaris, every alley seemed to ask him what justice meant when the hungry stole from the corrupt, when officials lied with stamped paper, when children became criminals because no one else had given them a name. Nima asked those questions without mercy. Your prison carts take debtors from the lower bridges twice as often as from upper districts, she told him one night, crouched beside him on the roof of a candlemaker's shop. Below them, an abandoned dye house squatted along the canal, its windows boarded, its chimney cold. That is because more arrests are made in the lower bridges, Tavren said. That is an answer pretending to be a reason. He glanced at her. She did not look at him. She watched the dye house through a gap between roof tiles and laundry lines. Mist softened the canal below, turning reflections into broken ribbons. Explain, he said. She gave him a sidelong look. Most captains dislike that word. I am developing tolerance. Upper district debts are settled with contracts, favors, or family embarrassment. Lower district debts are settled with a cart and an oathglass confession no one can afford to challenge. I cannot change all of that with one captain's seal. I did not ask whether you could change it tonight. I asked whether you could see it. Tavren was quiet. Across the canal, a side door opened. Nima touched his sleeve. The contact was brief, practical, nothing more than a warning. Yet Tavren became intensely aware of the warmth of her fingers through the fabric. A man emerged from the dye house carrying a shuttered lantern. He had a limp, more pronounced when he stepped down with his right foot. Another followed, stockier, with a flash of silver at his mouth when he turned. The limper is Gad Vaughn, Tavren murmured. Third Canal Patrol. Silver Tooth is Pelisardo, Nima whispered. He has been charging widows for protection from robberies he schedules. I know. Her gaze flicked to him. Do you? I suspended 2 of his men yesterday. But not him. I lacked proof. Must be comforting, needing proof before believing what everyone knows. Tavren looked at her fully then. No. It is not comforting. It is necessary. Nima's jaw tightened. He lowered his voice. If I move without proof, Corven calls it personal bias and reinstates him. If I gather proof, he falls and stays fallen. I am not refusing to believe you. Some of the sharpness left her. Below, the 2 guards carried crates from the dye house to a narrow boat painted with peeling green stripes. Tavren noted the boat mark. Do you know that vessel? The Little Mercy, Nima said. No mercy, little or otherwise. It usually hauls lamp oil. The back door opened again. This time the man who stepped out wore palace livery beneath a dark cloak. Nima went very still. Tavren felt the change in her before he saw her expression. You know him? No, she said. I know the cloak. The palace servant lifted his lantern, and the light caught a mark on his clasp, 3 lines crossing a circle. The false wax seal. Tavren reached for the small slate tucked into his coat. Nima caught his wrist. Wait. The palace servant spoke to Pelisardo. Too far to hear. Then he handed him a folded document sealed in pale wax. Nima shifted. A roof tile slipped under her boot. It made the smallest sound. Below, Gad Vaughn looked up. Tavren pulled Nima back behind the roofline as the lantern beam swept toward them. They pressed low beneath a sagging line of damp shirts. The lantern glow moved over the laundry, paused, then slid away. Nima's shoulder was against Tavren's chest. Her breath caught once, then steadied. She smelled faintly of rain, smoke, and the sharp herbal soap from Mera's back room. For several heartbeats, neither moved. Then the danger passed. Nima eased away first, brushing rain from her sleeve with unnecessary concentration. That, she whispered, was your fault. My fault. You breathe like a parade drum. I was not aware breathing had district regulations. It does during stakeouts. I will submit a permit next time. She bit her lip. It took him a moment to realize she was trying not to laugh. The sound escaped anyway, soft and quick in the damp dark. Tavren found himself smiling before he could decide against it. The smile changed something between them, not enough to name, but enough to notice. Below, the boat pushed away from the dye house. Nima leaned over the roof edge, all business again. It is heading east. Toward the palace locks. No. Toward the old grain pier. Can we follow? She looked him up and down. You. Across roofs. I crossed mountain passes before I was 16. How many laundry lines did they have? Few. Then try to fall quietly. He did not fall. Not quietly, not loudly, not at all, though Nima seemed almost disappointed. She led him across roof peaks, through attic doors, over a covered walkway, and down a ladder hidden behind a painted advertisement for eel tonic. Tavren kept pace well enough, though once he landed harder than he intended and startled a sleeping cat into a yowl that drew Nima's glare. Apologies, he whispered. To me or the cat? Both. The cat will not forgive you. Will you? She looked forward quickly. Depends how useful you are. At the old grain pier, they watched the crates unloaded into a cellar beneath a counting house officially listed as vacant. Tavren marked the location. Nima identified 2 more men. By the time dawn silvered the canals, they had enough proof to arrest half a patrol. Not yet, Nima said when Tavren voiced the thought. He looked at her. Why? Because half a patrol is bait. You arrest them, Corven cuts the line and claims to be shocked. We need where the crates go after this. You are assuming the minister is directly involved. You are not. He could not honestly say otherwise. They stood beneath the awning of a closed netmaker's stall while early rain began to fall. Nima's hood was down, and damp curls clung near her cheek. She looked tired in the grey light, younger and older at once. Tavren said, You should sleep. So should you. I have a cot in my office. How luxurious. You. A queen never reveals her palace. He studied her face. Do queens often sleep? Rarely. Someone is always trying to become one. The words were flippant. Her eyes were not. Nima. Her attention flickered to him at the sound of her name. He removed a folded square of cloth from his inner pocket and held it out. She did not take it. What is that? Something of yours. If this is your purse, I decline the accusation. It is not my purse. She took the cloth cautiously. Inside lay a small brass bird charm, its wing bent slightly upward as if caught mid-flight. Nima stopped breathing. I believe Pello dropped it 2 nights ago, Tavren said. At the bridge market. He tried to retrieve it before he ran. I assumed it mattered. Nima closed her fingers around the charm. For once, no quick answer came. Tavren felt suddenly as though he had stepped into a room where he had not been invited. I did not mean to pry, he said. You always sound like that. Like what? Like apologies cost you nothing. They cost a great deal when done properly. She looked down at the charm in her palm. It was my mother's. He waited. That is all, she said. It is enough. Her throat moved once. Then she tucked the charm beneath her scarf with careful fingers. You could have kept it. Yes. Used it. Yes. Why didn't you? Tavren considered giving her an answer about evidence, leverage, trust, or honor. All would have been partly true. None would have been the truest thing. Because it was not mine, he said. Nima looked at him for a long moment, and something guarded in her face shifted. Not opened. Not yet. But shifted, as a locked door might when someone on the other side finally came close enough to listen. You are inconvenient, she said. So you have mentioned. I do not like inconvenient men. That seems wise. I especially do not like honorable inconvenient men. Then I will endeavor to be briefly dishonorable at some suitable time. A reluctant smile touched her mouth. Do not strain yourself, Captain. He watched her step backward into the rain. Nima. She paused. The next time you need to send a note, use the north window. Why? The latch sticks less. You will make less noise. Her smile sharpened. You heard me? Yes. And let me leave? Yes. Why? His answer came more quietly this time. Because you came back. For the first time since he had met her, Nima Quill seemed unsure where to put her hands. Then she pulled up her hood and vanished into the rain. The city tightened over the following days. Minister Corven did not object to Tavren's reports, not directly. He praised them. That was worse. A thorough account, Captain, Corven said during a palace council meeting 3 mornings later. One almost feels present among the refuse heaps and rope bridges. Duchess Amaloon sat at the head of the narrow council table, pale green sleeves folded neatly over her wrists. Her gaze moved between Tavren and Corven with careful attention. Tavren bowed his head. The lower bridges are part of your Grace's city. How gracious of you to remember, Corven replied. Have your efforts brought us nearer to the Sparrow Queen's arrest? I believe they have brought us nearer to understanding the movement of stolen tax goods. That was not my question. No, Tavren said. It was not. One councillor inhaled sharply. The Duchess's thumb moved once over her ring. Captain Caul, do you believe the Sparrow Queen is responsible for the stolen shipments? I believe her name has been attached to them. Corven's eyes cooled. Names are attached for reasons. Indeed. Duchess Amaloon leaned forward. What reasons? For a heartbeat, the council chamber changed. The courtiers faded to painted furniture. Corven's stillness sharpened. Tavren saw the Duchess not as a figurehead, but as a young ruler trapped behind layers of advice she had been told was wisdom. He chose his words carefully. Some crimes are committed by those who benefit from the theft, he said. Others are committed by those who benefit from the accusation. Corven laughed softly. A pretty distinction. Difficult to hang a criminal with. I prefer not to hang people for being difficult. The Duchess looked down, but not before Tavren saw her mouth press against a smile. Corven did not miss it either. After the council dismissed, the minister joined Tavren beneath the gallery windows overlooking the palace canal. Below, swans cut white lines through dark water. Tavren had never trusted swans. They looked ornamental and bit without remorse. You have a compassionate reputation, Corven said. Do I? Among soldiers, it is not always praise. Among politicians, I imagine it is worse. Corven looked amused again. You mistake me. Compassion has uses. A hungry dog follows the hand that feeds it. A frightened district kneels when offered mercy. But when compassion interferes with order, it becomes vanity. Tavren said nothing. The Sparrow Queen has embarrassed this city long enough, Corven continued. Arrest her. Make it public. Velaris needs a symbol. Of justice. Of consequence. Tavren looked through the window at the canal. And if she is not responsible for the stolen shipments, she is responsible for enough. A clean answer, Tavren thought. Clean as a knife wiped on another man's sleeve. Corven stepped closer. Your predecessor lost focus. He began to see complexities where obedience would have served. I would dislike seeing you repeat his decline. Is that what you call disappearance? I call it unfortunate. Tavren met his eyes. I call it unfinished. For the first time, Corven's smile disappeared. Only briefly. Then it returned, colder and finer than before. Take care, Captain. In Velaris, unfinished things have a way of being buried before they become inconvenient. That evening, Tavren found a sparrow carved into the wax of his office candle. No note. Just the bird. He smiled despite the warning behind it. Then he checked the north window. There, tucked beneath the warped frame, was a strip of blue thread. Mera's. Midnight. When Tavren arrived at the tea shop, Nima was not smiling. Neither was Selaman, who sat beside her with a ledger open in front of her and a sewing needle tucked behind one ear. This is Sela, Nima said. I know, Tavren replied. Sela's eyes narrowed. How? You were at St. Oran's. Broken arch brown shawl. Brass pin. Everyone looked to Nima when uncertain except 3 people. You were one of them. The other 2 were too frightened to be important. Sela considered him. Nima said, do not encourage him. He observes, Sela said. That is useful. He also arrests. Less useful. Tavren Saturday. Only when necessary. Men in uniforms have a generous definition of necessary, Sella said. So do thieves. Nima pointed at him. Careful. She likes fewer people than I do. Then I am honored to remain unstabbed. Sella's mouth twitched. She turned the ledger toward him. We found your limping guard's debt trail. Tavren leaned in. The ledger was not official. It had no seal, no court hand, no oathglass verification. But it was meticulous. Names, dates, loans, payments, pressure points. Gad Vaughn owed money to 3 gambling rooms, 2 private lenders, and someone listed only as Thorn. Thorn? Tavren asked. Nima shook her head. Not a person. A title. Collector for palace debts that cannot appear as palace debts. Corven? Maybe. Maybe someone beneath him. Sella tapped one entry. Gad's debt vanished 3 days before the first false Sparrow theft. Tavren followed the line. Paid by whom? That is the problem, Nima said. The mark is hidden behind an oathglass witness seal. Meaning only a licensed court cutter could open the full record. Lyra may know one. Nima and Sella exchanged a look. Tavren noticed. What? Sella said, palace clerks who know things are not durable. The words settled over the table. Nima looked toward the dark window. I asked after Ivan Marek. The treasury clerk? He has missed 2 morning meals at the clerk hall. Tavren stiffened. When? Since yesterday. Tavren stood. Nima did too. Where are you going? To the palace records office. In the middle of the night? Yes. With what authority? My own. That is the worst kind. She grabbed her gloves from the table. I am coming. No. She looked offended. No. You cannot enter the palace records wing. I have entered it twice. That is not reassuring. It is accurate. Sella closed the ledger. Both of you stop sounding married and start sounding clever. Tavren and Nima both looked at her. Sella blinked mildly. Did I say something complicated? Nima pulled on her blue glove with unnecessary force. We are not. No, Tavren said at the same time. Mera, from the counter, said, shame. The arguing has promise. The palace records wing at midnight was not as silent as Tavren expected. Old buildings rarely slept. They settled, sighed, remembered weather, and complained through their pipes. The records wing murmured with all of that, plus the faint scratch of a clerk somewhere working too late or hiding too poorly. Tavren entered through the proper side door using his captain's seal. Nima entered through a window 3 corridors away and was waiting atop a cabinet when he arrived. He looked up at her. She looked down at him. The door was faster, he said. The window was less smug. You are impossible. Frequently. She dropped lightly to the floor. In the dimness, with shelves rising around them and moonlight turning dust silver, she seemed made of motion even when still. Tavren led the way to the lower archive where transfer ledgers were stored. Lyra Fen appeared from between 2 shelves, nearly dropping her candle when she saw Nima. You, Lyra whispered. Nima raised a hand. Nobody. That is not reassuring. It rarely is. Tavren said, Ivan Marek is missing. Lyra's face changed at once. No. When did you last see him? 2 nights ago. He was frightened. He said he had found the cutting records for the oathglass shards used in the Westlock convictions. Her voice trembled. He told me not to come to work yesterday if he failed to send word by dawn. And did he send word? She shook her head. Nima moved closer. Where would he hide? Lyra looked at her as if uncertain whether to trust a thief with a frightened man's refuge. Nima's voice softened. If palace men took him, official hiding places are already known. We need the place he would choose before thinking. Lyra swallowed. The old indexing room. Below the south stacks. No one uses it since the flood. Tavren turned. Show us. The old indexing room smelled of mildew and rotting paper. Shelves leaned under the weight of records no one cared enough to destroy. Water stains climbed the walls like ghostly vines. Lyra held her candle high, revealing a narrow table, 3 broken chairs, and a heap of discarded binding cord. No Ivan. Nima crouched near the floor. Tavren watched her face, not the room. Her gaze moved quickly: dust, chair legs, wall cracks, threshold mud. Then she pointed beneath the table. Someone waited there. Lyra whispered, "How can you tell?" Dust rubbed by knees. Not enough for storage work. Too much for a dropped item. Tavren examined the door frame. Scratch marks here. Dragged? Lyra asked. Nima shook her head. No. Hand gripping while pulled away. Lyra pressed one hand over her mouth. Tavren's jaw tightened. How long ago? Nima touched the disturbed dust. Yesterday. Maybe the night before. She stood and looked at Tavren. The candle trembled in Lyra's hand. From somewhere above came the faint sound of a door closing. Tavren extinguished the candle with his fingers. Darkness swallowed them. Nima did not gasp. Lyra did, but quietly. Footsteps moved overhead. Slow. Searching. Tavren leaned close enough to speak near Nima's ear. Exit. She pointed into blackness. Of course she could see the exit in a flooded archive with no candle. Of course. They moved by touch and memory. Nima took Lyra's wrist. Tavren followed, one hand on the hilt of his sword, every sense straining toward the footsteps above. Twice, Lyra stumbled. Twice, Nima caught her before she made sound. At the far wall, Nima found a service hatch hidden behind a warped shelf. It leads where? Tavren whispered. Laundry court. You know the palace laundry court? I told you. Twice. This is becoming less reassuring each time. She slipped through first, then guided Lyra. Tavren followed last, shoulders scraping stone. The passage was narrow and damp, sloping upward through foundations that smelled of soap, moss, and old smoke. Halfway through, Lyra stopped. I dropped the cutting list, she whispered. Tavren closed his eyes. Nima turned in the cramped passage. Where? In the indexing room. Above them, a muffled voice spoke. Men had entered the archive. Tavren said, Go. I will retrieve it. No, Nima whispered. That list may be the only proof. And you may be the only captain foolish enough to use it properly. He leaned closer in the dark. Nima. The use of her name stopped her. I swore an oath, he said. Let me keep it. She was silent for one breath. Then she pressed something into his hand. A thin wire pick. For the cabinet lock, she whispered. And if you get caught, I will deny teaching you anything. I would never endanger your reputation. My reputation is excellent. As a criminal. Exactly. He returned through the passage before she could answer. The indexing room was no longer empty. Two men stood inside with lanterns. Tavren recognized neither, though both wore palace service black with no visible housemark. One searched beneath the table. The other examined the floor. Someone was here, the second said. The first cursed. Find the list. Tavren waited in the dark behind the warped shelf until both men turned toward the far cabinets. Then he stepped out. Looking for something, he asked. Both men spun. The nearest reached beneath his coat. Tavren crossed the room in 3 strides, caught his wrist, and drove him into the table hard enough to crack its rotten leg. The second man drew a knife. Tavren drew his sword, not with ceremony but with speed. The lantern light struck the blade. The second man reconsidered several life choices and bolted. Tavren let him go. The list mattered more. The first man groaned on the floor. Tavren pulled his coat open and found a clasp marked with 3 lines crossing a circle. There it was again. He bound the man with discarded cord, found Lyra's dropped paper near a chair leg, and returned to the service passage moments before more footsteps reached the archive door. By the time he emerged into the laundry court, rain had begun again. Nima was waiting beneath a line of white sheets. You are bleeding, she said. Tavren looked at his sleeve. Not much. That is a terrible measure. Lyra took the cutting list from him with shaking hands. You found it? Yes. Did they see you? Yes. Nima made an exasperated sound. You were supposed to be stealthy. I was brief. That is not stealth. It has advantages. Lyra looked between them in visible confusion. Do you always argue during escapes? No, Nima said. Recently, Tavren said. Nima glared at him. Despite the danger, despite the blood on his sleeve and the palace men searching below, Tavren felt a laugh rise in his chest. He held it back because it was wildly inappropriate. Nima saw it anyway. Her own mouth softened before she turned away. Come on. I know a better exit. Of course you do. They escaped through the palace laundry chute. Tavren emerged smelling like lavender and regret. Nima laughed so hard she had to brace one hand against the alley wall. You planned that, he said. I hoped, she managed. Lyra, still pale and frightened, made a tiny sound that might have been a laugh too. Tavren looked down at his damp, soap-scented coat. I am pleased my humiliation has restored morale. Nima wiped her eyes. Captain, your dignity survived. Barely. But it did. He found he did not mind nearly as much as he should have. The cutting list proved what Lyra had feared. Several oathglass shards used in recent convictions had been cut by an unlicensed hand, then stamped with a licensed mark after the fact. The flaw would make them cloud under stress, creating the appearance of broken vows. Poor defendants, unable to hire oathglass advocates, had been convicted on corrupted records. Tavren read the list in Mera's closed tea shop while dawn pressed grey against the windows. Lyra sat with both hands around a cup she had not drunk. Sella stood behind Nima, reading over her shoulder. Pello slept beneath a table with Mera's shawl over him, one hand still curled around a stolen biscuit. Bram arrived just after sunrise, took in Tavren's lavender-scented coat, Nima's smug expression, Lyra's distress, and the blood on Tavren's sleeve. I do not want to know, Bram said. You do, Nima replied. But you want to complain first. Bram pointed at her. I knew I liked you less than was healthy. Sit down, Tavren said. This is worse than we thought. Bram Saturday. They spread the list, ledgers, wax flakes, root notes, and copied prison records across 2 tables. For the first time, the shape of the corruption became visible. False thefts created panic. Panic justified raids. Raids produced prisoners. Prisoners convicted by corrupted oathglass became labor assigned to repair private canals, warehouses, and roads controlled by companies tied to palace accounts. Tax gold vanished into those same accounts. The Sparrow Queen's name made every step easy to explain. Nima's face had gone very still. Sella touched her shoulder. Nima. How many? Nima asked. Tavren knew what she meant. At least 43 questionable convictions in 6 months. Children? Some. Pello stirred beneath the table but did not wake. Nima stood abruptly and walked to the window. No one followed. Tavren wanted to. That surprised him. The want came with such force that he had to set one hand flat on the table and remind himself that comfort, poorly offered, could become another form of intrusion. Nima stared through the glass at the waking lane. I thought I was keeping them safer. Sella's voice was gentle. You did. Not enough. No one does enough alone. Nima looked back then, not at Sella, but at Tavren. He met her gaze. We can reopen the convictions. With what? A captain's suspicion and a thief's ledgers? With a clerk's records, a lieutenant's testimony, financial proof, and eventually a true oathglass statement. Eventually, she repeated. That is a palace word. It means after someone poor has already paid. Tavren accepted the anger because it was deserved by the world, if not by him alone. Then we move faster. Nima returned to the table. Ivan Marek is alive until proven otherwise. Lyra's eyes filled. You think so? I think a man who found this list would hide more than one copy. Tavren nodded slowly. And if Corven's men search the archive, they do not have what they need yet. Which means Ivan has it, Nima said. Or knows where it is. Bram leaned forward. Where would they take him? Nima tapped the wax flakes. The dye house is too exposed now. The grain pier is storage, not holding. If palace men need a quiet place outside palace walls but close to water. The old river tunnels, Sella said. Nima looked at her. Sella's expression was grim. Garon used them. Before your rules. Pello sat up suddenly, hair wild. No one uses the river tunnels. Nima's face hardened. Corven might. Tavren looked between them. What are the river tunnels? Old oathglass caves, Nima said. Dug before the palace controlled the supply. Some flooded. Some sealed. Some not. Bram rubbed a hand over his face. Smugglers' routes. And worse, Sella said. The room went quiet. Tavren turned to Nima. Can you get us in? Yes. Will you? She looked down at the table, at the names of the wrongly convicted, the false seals, the proof of a city eating its own poor and calling it order. Then she reached for her gloves. Yes, she said. Tonight. Tavren should have left then. There were reports to write, patrols to arrange, a prisoner from the archive to question, and a minister to avoid alarming too soon. Bram was already listing tasks under his breath. Lyra needed safe lodging. Sella and Mera were arguing quietly about whether palace clerks preferred feather pillows or gilt. But Tavren remained beside the table for one moment longer because Nima had not moved. She stood with her blue glove half pulled over her hand, staring at nothing. Nima, he said softly. She blinked and looked at him. Your rules saved lives, he said. Her expression closed at once. Do not make me noble. I steal things. Yes. I lie. Yes. I have ruined men. Were they good men? She looked annoyed. That is not the point. It seems close to the point. You are very difficult to brood near. So I have been told by soldiers in 3 provinces. For a second, the hardness in her face cracked. Just a little. Why are you doing this? She asked. The investigation? No. This. She gestured between them, frustrated by her own lack of precision. Listening. Trusting me. Returning charms. Letting children run. Making jokes while the city burns under its own bridges. Tavren considered her. Because you are not what I was sent to destroy. Because the city needs you. Because when you look at me, I want to deserve the honorable man you are afraid I might be. He said only, because I made an oath to administer justice without favor. That includes without favor toward the palace. Nima searched his face. That is all, she asked. No, he thought. But it was enough truth for morning. For now, he said. Her eyes softened in a way that made him feel more exposed than any accusation could have. Then Pello crawled from beneath the table, dragging Mera's shawl behind him like a royal robe. If we are going to the river tunnels, someone should bring rope. Last time, Orvek's cousin fell in a sinkhole and came out smelling like dead frogs. The moment broke. Nima turned. You are not coming. Pello's outrage was immediate. I know the small cracks. You also know 6 ways to get yourself killed before supper. 7, Sella said. He learned one Tuesday. Pello looked betrayed. You promised not to tell. Tavren watched Nima argue with the boy, watched the way her sternness bent around love without ever admitting its name. She called herself thief, liar, ruin of men. Perhaps she was all of those things. But when Pello's face fell, she crouched in front of him and adjusted the shawl around his shoulders. You are my fastest sparrow, she said. That is why I need you above ground. If we do not come back by dawn, you go to Sella. Not Orvek. Not the bell house. Sella. Pello's lip trembled, though he tried to hide it. You will come back. Nima touched 2 fingers to the brass bird at her throat. I am very hard to get rid of. Tavren hoped, with sudden fierceness, that it was true. That night, beneath a moon blurred by canal mist, the entrance to the river tunnels waited behind a bricked arch under Sparrow Bridge. Nima stood before it with a pry bar in one hand and Tavren at her shoulder. You understand, she said, that if you die down here, Bram will blame me. If I die down here, I will have larger concerns. No. You will be dead. I will have Bram. He is less frightening than he seems. I disagree. Behind them, Sella handed Nima a shuttered lantern. No heroics. Nima gave her a look. Have we met? Unfortunately. Bram checked his sword. No unnecessary risks. Tavren looked at him. Have we met? Nima laughed under her breath. Not much. Just enough. The sound settled somewhere in Tavren's chest and remained there. Together, thief and captain pried open the sealed arch. Cold air breathed out from the dark below, smelling of river stone, old secrets, and the dangerous places where truth waited to be found. Nima lifted the lantern. Tavren drew his sword. They stepped into the river tunnels side by side. The river tunnels breathed like something sleeping beneath the city. Cold air slid over Nima's face as she lowered herself through the broken arch, one boot finding the old iron rung below, then the next. The lantern hooked at her belt swung gently, throwing thin gold across stones furred with moss. Above her, the underside of Sparrow Bridge framed a strip of night sky and Tavren's silhouette. "Mind the fourth rung," she whispered. "It lies." A pause. Then Tavren's boot descended past the third rung, tested the fourth, and withdrew. "It does," he said. Nima smiled despite the chill. "I try not to waste warnings. I am beginning to appreciate that. You should have begun earlier. I have many regrets." Mera's tea confirmed it. His voice echoed softly down the shaft. That was the trouble with Tavren Caul, Nima thought as she reached the tunnel floor. He did not fit neatly into any of the boxes where she preferred to keep dangerous men. Guards were supposed to be loud or cruel or bored, sometimes honorable in a way that made them useless and sometimes useful in a way that made them cruel. Tavren was neither. He listened when he should have commanded. He questioned when obedience would have been safer. He made dry remarks while climbing into old smuggler routes beneath a city that wanted to kill him. Most inconvenient of all, he had returned her mother's charm. Nima lifted the lantern and studied the passage. The river tunnels were older than Velaris-of-the-Bridges. Long before the palace claimed the hill, oathglass cutters had dug beneath the canals, following blue veins of mineral through the bedrock. The best of those caves had been sealed when the duchy took control of oathglass mining. The worst had flooded, collapsed, or been forgotten by everyone except smugglers, thieves, and children with more courage than judgment. The tunnel ahead curved downward, ribbed with old support arches. Water trickled along both walls into a narrow channel cut through the center of the floor. Iron hooks still hung overhead where miners had once suspended lamps. Most were rusted through. One had a strip of fresh black cloth tied around it. Nima reached up and touched it. Tavren dropped lightly beside her, sword drawn but lowered. Bram followed with a grunt, shoulders scraping the sides of the shaft. Sella came last, her skirt pinned up and a knife tucked openly at her waist. Tavren looked at the cloth. Recent. Very. Nima rubbed the fabric between her fingers. Palace service black. Bram grimaced. Bold of them to leave signs. Not signs, Sella said. Arrogance. Nima nodded. They think no one who matters comes down here. Tavren's face hardened. Then let us disappoint them. They moved in single file, Nima in front. She knew the first stretch by memory, though memory was a risky map underground. Tunnels changed when water had years to argue with stone. Twice she stopped them before a cracked section of floor. Once she held up her fist and waited while a cluster of pale cave beetles scattered from a gap ahead. Bram leaned near Tavren and muttered, "If those fly, I resign." "They do not fly," Nima said without turning. "Comforting. They jump." Bram went very still. Sella made a soft, amused sound. "She is lying." "About which part?" Bram asked. "Probably the comforting part." The exchange should not have warmed Nima. It did. She had spent so long hearing whispers in tunnels that were followed by orders, threats, or fear. This was different. Not safe, but steadier. For people walking into danger because each had chosen it. Choice mattered. Nima knew too well what happened when people were dragged. After 10 minutes, the tunnel widened into an old cutting chamber. Oathglass glittered in the far wall. The exposed vein was thin, no wider than Nima's wrist, but even uncut and half buried in stone, it held a faint inner glow. Blue-white light trembled beneath its surface, responding to the lantern flame. Tavren stepped closer, his expression changing in a way she could not immediately read. Reverence, perhaps. That made sense. Tavren believed in oaths. Not foolishly, not blindly, but deeply enough that his belief had weight. Nima distrusted anything that made honest people easier to trap. Sella crossed her arms. This vein was supposed to be exhausted. It is, Nima said. Mostly. Bram examined the chamber floor. Not exhausted enough. Look. Fresh chips lay near the wall. Small fragments of cloudy oathglass had been scraped loose and wrapped in strips of waxed cloth. A cutting frame sat on a crate beside the vein, its wire teeth still dusted with blue mineral powder. Tavren crouched and picked up one of the fragments with a folded cloth rather than bare fingers. Poor quality. Good enough to fool people who cannot pay for better, Nima said. His jaw flexed once. Yes. Sella moved to a stack of empty crates. These have palace inventory marks burned off. Nima joined her. Faint scorch lines scarred the wood. Someone had tried to erase origin marks in haste. Beneath one blackened patch, part of a letter remained. Not enough. Never enough. From deeper in the tunnel came a sound. Small. Wet. Like a shoe slipping in mud. All four of them froze. Tavren tilted his head toward the right passage. Nima shuttered the lantern until only a thin blade of light remained. She pointed to Bram, then the left wall. To Sella, the crate stack. To Tavren, beside her. He obeyed without question. That too did something foolish to her heart. A man emerged from the right passage carrying a covered lamp and a coil of rope over one shoulder. He wore no uniform, but he had the posture of someone trained to violence. Behind him came another, shorter, with a silver-capped tooth. Pellis Ardo. Nima felt Tavren recognize him. Pellis was speaking in a low, annoyed voice. I told Gad to watch the upper grate. The clerk cannot climb, the first man said. No, but rats can. Rats don't carry ledgers. Pellis snorted. In this city, I would not wager. They passed within 10 feet of Nima. She could smell canal damp on their coats and the bitter tang of cheap lamp oil. Tavren stayed motionless beside her, sword held close to avoid catching the light. His shoulder nearly brushed hers. Pellis paused. Nima stopped breathing. His head turned slightly. For one awful moment, she thought he would see them. Then something clattered deeper in the tunnel. Pellis cursed and hurried on with the other man. When their footsteps faded, Bram appeared from the wall shadow. Silver tooth. Tavren nodded. Alive, for now. Regrettably. Nima looked toward the passage the men had left. They said the clerk cannot climb. Sella's face sharpened. Ivan. They moved faster after that. The tunnel sloped downward, then split into 3. Nima chose the middle passage because of fresh scrape marks along the wall and a smear of blood on the stone at shoulder height. Lyra had said Ivan Marek was timid. A timid man dragged into an old oathglass tunnel would leave what traces he could. A broken cuff button. A line scratched into damp mortar. A thread from a clerk's grey sleeve tied around a rusted hook. He is cleverer than he thinks, Tavren murmured. Fear makes some people foolish, Sella said. It makes careful people precise. Nima followed the signs until the passage ended at a flooded chamber. Black water covered most of the floor, still as polished ink. 3 stone platforms rose from it, connected by narrow planks. On the far side, an old storage vault had been fitted with a newer iron gate. A lantern burned beyond it. Someone coughed inside. Ivan, Sella whispered. Bram tested the nearest plank with one boot. It bowed but held. Trap. Almost certainly, Nima said. Tavren looked at the water. Depth. Deep enough to drown in. Shallow enough to regret falling. Useful precision. You keep asking. The cough came again, wetter this time. Tavren's expression settled into command. We move quickly. Nima, can you open the gate? Can your lieutenant complain underwater? Bram said, yes. Then I can open the gate. They crossed one at a time. Nima went first, arms out for balance, the lantern clipped close against her hip. The plank shifted under her weight but did not break. Halfway across, she heard the faintest click. Not from the plank. From the wall. Down, she hissed. Tavren dropped flat on the platform behind her as 3 darts shot from a side slot and struck the opposite wall. One dart clipped Bram's sleeve. Sella, still on the first platform, flattened herself against the stone. Bram stared at the torn fabric near his shoulder. I dislike this tunnel. You disliked it before, Sella said. I have deepened the feeling. Nima exhaled. Pressure trigger. Wait. She crouched on the narrow plank and ran her gloved fingers along its damp edge until she found the thin copper wire. The trap was crude, meant for panic rather than professionals. Or meant for a frightened clerk stumbling in the dark. Anger flared hot through her chest. She cut the wire with a small blade from her sleeve. Clear. They crossed. At the gate, Tavren held the lantern while Nima worked the lock. It was newer than the chamber, palace-made, but poorly maintained. Water had crept into the mechanism. She listened with her fingertips as much as her ears. Pin, catch, false set, stubborn turn. Behind the bars, Ivan Marek lay curled on the floor. He was thin, ink-stained, and shaking badly. Blood darkened the side of his grey clerk's coat. His spectacles were cracked, one lens missing. When the lock clicked open, he flinched as though the sound itself had struck him. Ivan, Tavren said, low and steady. Lyra Fenn sent us. The clerk's eyes opened. Lyra? His voice was raw. She is safe. For now, Tavren said. Ivan closed his eyes with a relief so fragile it hurt to witness. Nima knelt beside him. Can you walk? He looked at her, confused. You are nobody useful. His gaze moved to the brass bird at her throat. Sparrow Queen. Depends who is asking. He gave a broken little laugh that turned into a cough. Tavren supported his shoulders while Sella checked the wound with careful hands. Knife, Sella said grimly. Not deep enough to kill quickly, but he has lost blood. Bram stood guard at the gate. We need to move. No, Ivan rasped. Tavren bent closer. No. I cannot leave with you. You can and you will. The clerk gripped Tavren's sleeve with surprising strength. Listen. Please. They made copies. False copies. The oathglass records, the transfer marks, all of it. Minister Jast will say I forged the originals. He will say Lyra helped. He will say you were bribed. He can say what he likes, Bram growled. He will have oathglass. Ivan's voice cracked. Corrupted, yes, but enough to confuse the court. Enough to delay. Enough to disappear people. Nima looked at Tavren. Tavren understood at once. You have a true shard. Ivan swallowed. His trembling hand moved to the inside seam of his coat. With difficulty, he pulled loose a narrow packet wrapped in oilskin. Tavren opened it. Inside lay a small shard of oathglass. Unlike the cloudy fragments from the cutting chamber, this one was clear, bright, and coldly luminous. A true shard. Unrecorded. Sella's breath caught. Where did you get that? My father was a licensed cutter, Ivan whispered. Before the palace revoked his mark for refusing a noble contract. I kept one piece. I thought I was cowardly for keeping it all these years. Nima looked at the shard. A thing of law, clear and waiting. A thing that could save or condemn depending on whose hand held it. Ivan tried to sit up. Tavren helped him. You need witnesses, the clerk said. Tavren nodded. At least one. 2 is better. Ivan's eyes moved to Nima. 1 palace. 1 street. Nima stiffened. I do not swear into glass. You need not swear. Only witness. Only witness. As if witnessing were small. Nima thought of all the things she had witnessed in Velaris. Children blamed because adults could run faster. Widows stripped of rent by men with seals. Guards looking away. Thieves becoming monsters because no one had ever expected them to be anything else. Witnessing had never been small. I will hear you, she said. Tavren took the shard and placed it in Ivan's palm. He set his own hand beneath the clerk's to steady it. Speak your chosen mark. Ivan Marek, the clerk said, each word scraped from pain. Treasury adjunct of Velaris. Son of Noel Marek, licensed cutter by River Right. The shard warmed. Blue light spread through the chamber, soft but unmistakable. Even the black water caught it, rippling with ghostly brightness. Tavren said, witnessed by Captain Tavren Caul, sworn guard of Velaris. Nima hesitated only a heartbeat. Witnessed by Nima Quill, she said. Called Sparrow Queen by people with too much imagination. Ivan almost smiled. Then his face tightened. The oathglass brightened as his intent settled. I swear what I speak now is the truth as I know it, he whispered. Minister Corven Jast ordered the replacement of true oathglass with weakened shards in lower court convictions. His agent carries the thorn mark, 3 black lines crossing a circle. Tax shipments recorded as stolen by Sparrow thieves were diverted to palace accounts under false wax. Prisoners convicted by corrupted shards were assigned as labor through hidden contracts. Captain Rusk discovered the pattern and was taken below the West Lock. I do not know if he lives. Tavren went very still. Ivan forced a breath. During the Festival of Lamps, Minister Jast intends to present an emergency decree to Duchess Amalune Vea. He will claim the city is endangered by the Sparrow Queen and compromised guards. If she signs, command of the guard passes to him until order is restored. He will control arrests, courts, and oathglass review. The shard glowed brighter. Footsteps sounded in the passage beyond the flooded chamber. Bram turned. Company. Ivan's grip tightened around the shard. One more thing. The Duchess's private seal. A crossbow bolt struck the iron gate with a ringing crack. Sella pulled Ivan down. Tavren moved in front of them, sword raised. Nima snatched the shutter from the lantern, plunging half the chamber into darkness as men shouted from the far passage. Gate! Bram barked. Nima grabbed the iron door and slammed it shut just as another bolt struck the bars. Pelisado's voice echoed across the water. Give us the clerk, Captain. Walk away and call it confusion. Tavren's answer was cold. You are under arrest. Pelis laughed. In a flooded cave with a thief queen and no witnesses. Nima tucked the glowing oathglass into Tavren's coat. I hate when fools are accidentally correct. Bram braced the gate with his shoulder. Exit. Nima looked around. The way they had entered was now blocked by men with crossbows. The vault held no rear door. The water channel beneath the far wall disappeared into darkness through a low arch barely wide enough for a child. Or a desperate thief. No, Tavren said, seeing her gaze. You do not know what I was thinking. Yes, I do. Then stop being observant. Another bolt shot through the bars and splashed into the water near Sella's boot. Ivan groaned. Sella pressed cloth against his wound. Tavren looked at Nima. Can the water channel be opened? It is not a door. That was not my question. Yes. Maybe. If the grate has not rusted solid. Do it. She moved. The grate beneath the low arch was half submerged, its lower bars eaten thin by water. Nima dropped to her stomach on the wet stone and reached through to feel for the latch. Slime coated everything. Her fingers found old iron, rust flakes, a knot of root, then the latch. It would not move. Behind her, Bram shouted as the gate shuddered under a heavy blow. Tavren's sword rang against metal. Men cursed. Water splashed. Nima pulled harder. The latch held. She could almost hear Orvek Tallo's voice from years ago, mocking her after she failed to open a nobleman's strongbox on the first try. Little bird, little bones, little use. She had stolen his boots the next morning. Nima wrapped both hands around the latch and twisted with all her strength. Pain shot through her wrist. The old iron shrieked. The grate shifted. Got it, she gasped. Tavren was suddenly beside her. Move. I said got it, not opened it. He crouched, gripped 2 bars, and pulled. Muscles tightened across his shoulders. The grate groaned but did not give. Nima jammed her pry blade under the hinge. Again. Together they heaved. The hinge snapped. The grate crashed inward, sending a rush of black water over Nima's sleeves. Lovely, she muttered. Bram staggered back from the gate. They are through in 30 breaths. Tavren looked at the channel. How far? Nima peered into the dark. No idea. That is not comforting. Then stop asking for comfort underground. Sella helped Ivan toward the opening. The clerk was barely conscious. He cannot swim, she said. He will not need to if he can hold his breath, Nima said. The channel slopes up after the first bend. I think. You think? Bram demanded. I was 12 when I used it. That is not improving my confidence. Tavren removed his coat and wrapped the oathglass shard securely inside his inner vest instead. Then he looked at Nima. You first. She stared. Absolutely not. You know the way. I also know when someone is trying to make sure no one is left behind. His eyes held hers. Behind them, the gate cracked. Nima, he said, not as command, not even as plea. Just her name, spoken with steady trust. She hated that it worked. Fine. She shoved the lantern into Bram's hands. When I knock twice from the other side, send Ivan. If I knock once, wait. If I scream, improvise. That is a terrible system, Bram said. It is a tunnel, not a ballroom. She took one breath and slid into the water channel. Cold swallowed her. The passage was tighter than she remembered. Of course it was. She had been 12, all elbows and fury, smaller than a bundled cloak. Now stone scraped her shoulders. Her fingers clawed along the slick sides as the current dragged at her legs. Darkness pressed against her face. For 3 terrifying seconds, she thought the channel had collapsed ahead. Then her hand found open water. She kicked forward and surfaced in a narrow air pocket beneath a low stone ceiling. Breath tore into her lungs. The passage ahead sloped upward. She dragged herself along it until her hand struck a vertical grate. This one had no latch, but the bars were brittle with rust. She braced both boots against the wall and kicked. Once. Twice. The third kick broke the lower bar. She squeezed through, tearing her sleeve, and tumbled onto wet stone on the other side. A maintenance culvert. Narrow, foul-smelling, but clear. She crawled back to the opening and struck the pipe twice with her knife hilt. Moments later, Ivan emerged half-conscious and choking, shoved through by Tavren from behind. Nima caught him under the arms and dragged him free. Sella came next, gasping but composed enough to immediately check the clerk's breathing. Bram followed, cursing in a steady, inventive stream. Then Tavren. A shout echoed from the far chamber as their pursuers realized the escape route. Tavren pulled himself from the pipe, soaked and breathing hard. Nima grabbed his arm. We move. The culvert led to a drainage stair, the stair to an old spillway, and the spillway to a grated outlet above the south canal. By the time they emerged into rain and open air, dawn had not yet come, but the eastern clouds had begun to pale. They were 3 bridges away from Mera's tea shop. Too far. Ivan was fading. Sella stripped off her shawl and pressed it to his wound. He needs a healer. No palace physicians, Tavren said. No palace anything, Nima agreed. Bram wiped canal water from his eyes. There is a retired army surgeon near Tanner's Row. Owes me 2 favors and a goat. Nima blinked. A goat? Long story. Is the goat available? No, then lead. The surgeon turned out to be a woman named Darbra, who opened her door holding a hammer and wearing a nightcap embroidered with tiny ducks. She took one look at Bram, another at Tavren, a third at Nima, and said, absolutely not. Bram said, I saved your goat. You frightened my goat. I removed a knife from its leg. After frightening it. Tavren stepped forward. A man will die without help. Darbra glared at him, then at Ivan, then at the blood-soaking Sella's shawl. Bring him in, she snapped. And if any of you drip on my good rug, I will stitch your nostrils shut. There was no good rug. There were, however, clean instruments, bitter-smelling tinctures, and a back room with a narrow cot. Darbra worked quickly. Sella assisted without being asked. Bram stood by the door like a wet guard dog. Tavren remained near the window, watching the lane. Nima stood in the corner and tried not to shake. She told herself it was cold. She was soaked through. Anyone would shake after crawling through winter canal water and nearly being skewered in an oathglass cave. It was cold. Only cold. Then Tavren crossed the room and draped his coat around her shoulders. She looked down at it. He was still wet himself, shirt sleeves clinging to his arms, hair dark with water. The coat was not dry, but it was warmer than her own torn jacket. More than that, it was his, which made it a foolish thing to notice. I do not need, I know. She pulled the coat closer anyway. Darbra glanced over from the cot. If you two are going to mutter meaningfully, do it in the kitchen. I require room to swear. Nima opened her mouth. Tavren gently took her elbow and guided her out before she could say something that got them both stitched by force. The kitchen was small and crowded with hanging herbs. A black stove radiated uneven heat. Rain ticked against the shutters. Tavren closed the door, muting Darbra's grim instructions and Bram's occasional defensive remarks about the goat. For a while, neither spoke. Nima stood by the stove, Tavren's coat around her shoulders, her hands curled in the sleeves. The brass bird at her throat was cold against her skin. She could still see the oathglass light in Ivan's shaking hand. Still hear the words, Captain Rusk discovered the pattern and was taken below the west lock. Tavren's predecessor had vanished because he asked questions. Tavren was asking the same ones. Nima looked at him. He was staring at the shuttered window, but she doubted he saw it. His face had gone remote in the way of men walking old battlefields only they could see. Rusk mattered to you, she said. Tavren's jaw tightened. I never met him. That was not what I said. His gaze lowered. I read his reports before I came to Velaris, Tavren said. They were careful. Frustratingly careful. He kept leaving questions where other captains wrote conclusions. I thought, here was a man trying to be honest inside a dishonest machine. Nima waited. Tavren's voice dropped. Years ago, in the river provinces, I served under a commander who valued order above truth. A soldier was accused of selling supply routes to raiders. The evidence was sworn. The oathglass cracked. I had doubts, but I was young and proud of being disciplined. I told myself proper channels existed for a reason. What happened? He was executed before the appeal arrived. The oathglass had been flawed. The real traitor was the quartermaster's brother. Tavren looked at his hands. I followed every rule. An innocent man died. Nima's anger softened before she could stop it. She knew guilt. Not his kind, perhaps, but close enough to recognize the shape of it. Guilt was a shadow that learned your stride. It did not need chains because it knew you would carry it willingly. How old were you? She asked. 20. A boy in armor, then. Old enough. No, she stepped closer. Old enough to be blamed by men who wanted your obedience. Not old enough to carry all of theirs. He looked at her then. The room seemed suddenly too small. Tavren's eyes were dark and tired and unguarded in a way that made Nima's chest ache. She was good with locks, purses, lies, escape routes, rival crews, and reading the subtle shift of a crowd before violence sparked. She was not good with a man who let her see the wound beneath his honor. Is that why you keep choosing the dangerous road? She asked. To pay for him? At first, perhaps. And now? His gaze did not leave hers. Now I think justice is not a debt to the dead. It is a duty to the living. Nima's throat tightened. She wanted to make a joke. She wanted to say something sharp enough to cut the moment down to a safer size. She wanted, absurdly, to reach for his hand. Instead, she said, that sounds like something Mera would embroider on a pillow and throw at a magistrate. A small laugh escaped him. Relief moved through her. Then he stepped closer and touched the torn edge of her sleeve. His fingers were careful, barely there. You are hurt. It is cloth. Your wrist is swelling. She looked down. Her right wrist had indeed begun to swell where she had forced the great latch. Occupational inconvenience. Let me see. I know my own wrist. I am certain it is very independent. She sighed and held it out. He took her hand with both of his. That was all. No dramatic declaration. No stolen embrace. Just his warm hands around her cold one, turning her wrist gently toward the lamplight. Yet Nima felt the touch travel through her in a way that had nothing to do with injury. He examined the swelling with infuriating seriousness. Sprained, I think, he said. Captain, thief, physician. You collect professions. Only where necessary. And is holding my hand necessary? He paused. There. She had done it. She had made the moment sharp. She had given him room to retreat. He did not. No, Tavren said quietly. Not strictly. Her heartbeat made a foolish leap. Before she could answer, the kitchen door opened and Bram leaned in. Ivan is alive, he said. Then his eyes dropped to their joined hands. Nima snatched hers back. Tavren turned with a composure so complete it was almost offensive. Bram looked at the ceiling. Darbra says he will remain alive if everyone stops bleeding on things and someone pays her in actual coin rather than goat-related gratitude. I will pay, Tavren said. Nima said, I will pay. They looked at each other. Bram closed his eyes briefly. I will pay, if only to avoid watching this argument. By afternoon, Ivan was stable enough to whisper but not strong enough to move. Darbra Ket dosed him with something that smelled like licorice and made his complaints slow to a stop. Sella stayed with him. Bram left to arrange safeguard rotations and quietly arrest no one yet, which he made clear he found unnatural. Tavren had to return to the guardhouse before Corven noticed his absence. Nima walked with him through back lanes slick with rain. She told herself it was practical. The lower bridges had eyes everywhere, and she needed to ensure the captain was not followed. That was all. You should stay out of sight, Tavren said as they reached the alley behind the North Market. Advice from a man whose face is on half the palace walls by now? My face is not on walls. It is in guard reports. Same thing, less flattering. I mean it, Nima. Corven will know someone entered the tunnels. Pelisardo saw us. He saw shadows, water, and his own bad decisions. He saw enough. She knew he was right. That made the warning more irritating. They stopped beneath the awning of a closed cobbler's shop. Across the street, the guardhouse rose against the rain, grey and square and far too visible. Tavren turned to her. The oathglass shard stays with me until I can secure it. No. His brow lifted. No. No. Corven will search your office first. I have hidden compartments. He has palace locksmiths. I have Bram. He has authority. Tavren considered that. Then where? Nima touched the brass bird at her throat. Somewhere no minister would lower himself to look. His eyes narrowed. You have a place. I have several. The shard is dangerous. So am I. Nima. She hated how much weight he could put into 2 syllables. We both witnessed Ivan's statement, she said. If one of us is taken, the other can still speak to it. But if the shard is found on you, Corven names you traitor by sundown. If it is found on you, he names you murderer, thief, and traitor. He already has 2 of those prepared. Efficiency favors me. That is not amusing. No, she said, softer. It is not. Rain fell between them in fine silver threads. Tavren reached into his vest and withdrew the oilskin packet. For a moment, he held it without releasing it. Nima understood. To him, that shard was not merely evidence. It was a chance to save Ivan, Lyra, the wrongfully convicted, perhaps even the memory of Captain Rusk and the soldier Tavren had failed years ago. It was also trust. He placed it in her hand. Her fingers closed around it. I will keep it safe, she said. I know. Simple. Immediate. No doubt. Nima looked away before the words could undo her. From the guardhouse steps, a palace runner emerged and looked around. Tavren stiffened. You need to go, Nima said. So do you. She stepped backward. North window? His mouth softened. The latch sticks less. She turned to leave, then paused. Tavren. He looked back. It was the first time she had used his given name without mockery or disguise. She saw him notice. Saw the quiet surprise in his face. Do not let him make you stand alone, she said. Then she disappeared into the rain. Nima hid the oathglass shard in the last place any palace searcher would willingly touch, beneath the cracked basin of Mera Duskettl's grease trap. Mera watched with her arms folded. I hope that is not expensive. It is priceless. Then priceless things should avoid onion fat. Onion fat has protected more secrets than palace walls. Mera grunted. True. Sela stood near the back door, her expression troubled. You trust him with your name now? Nima straightened too quickly and struck her shoulder on the underside of the basin. Oh! Graceful evasion. I trust him with parts of my name. That is not how names work. It is how mine works. Sela gave her a look. Nima wiped her hands on a rag. Do not begin. I have begun nothing. You are standing like a sermon. I am standing like a woman watching someone she loves walk toward a lit candle with both sleeves dangling. Nima turned. Sela's face was gentle, and that was worse than teasing. He is a guard captain, Nima said. He is. I am a thief. You are. That is the end of the discussion. No, Sela said. That is the beginning of your fear. Nima tossed the rag into the wash bucket. I am not afraid of Tavren Caul. Of course not. You are afraid of wanting something that cannot be stolen, tricked, hidden, or outrun. Nima opened her mouth. No words came. The tea shop felt too warm, too small, too full of Mera pretending not to listen while listening with her entire spine. Sela crossed to her and adjusted the edge of Nima's torn sleeve. You do not have to decide anything today. There is nothing to decide. Then you can stop arguing with silence. Nima looked toward the shuttered window. Outside, the city moved. Wheels over stone. Rain in gutters. Voices rising from the market. Somewhere, Tavren was returning to a guardhouse watched by a minister who turned law into a knife. Somewhere, Ivan Marek slept with the truth carved into glass and pain in his side. Somewhere, Corven Jast was learning that his neat plan had developed a crack. Nima knew what powerful men did when their plans cracked. They found someone small enough to blame. By evening, the first rumor reached St. Oran's. The Sparrow Queen had murdered a palace clerk. By nightfall, the rumor had improved itself, as rumors like to do. She had murdered 3 clerks. She had stolen oathglass from the Duchess's own chapel. She had bribed Captain Caul with cursed coin. She had bewitched the city guard. She had a list of noble children she intended to ransom. She had drowned Captain Rusk years ago and worn his bones as hairpins. That last one is new, Pello said, looking impressed despite himself. Nima stood in the bellhouse courtyard while sparrows and crew leaders gathered in nervous clusters. Rain had stopped, leaving everything wet and gleaming beneath torchlight. The painted sparrow on the bell tower door seemed to watch with its tiny blue coat. Orvek Tallow shoved his way to the front. He looked smug, which meant he knew something or thought he did. With Orvek, those were rarely the same. Fine mess, Queen, he said. Palace has your name in its teeth now. The palace has always had teeth, Nima said. Not like this. They say you killed Ivan Marek. Do they? Did you? Pello lunged forward. Sela caught his collar. Nima did not move. No. Orvek spread his hands. Maybe I believe you. Maybe I don't. Problem is, belief doesn't stop raids. Belief doesn't feed crews when your rules cost coin. Belief doesn't keep children out of prison carts. My rules do more for that than you ever did. A murmur passed through the courtyard. Orvek's face reddened. Your rules put us under a captain's boot. No. My rules kept us from licking a minister's. That struck home. His eyes hardened. Nima saw it then, not guilt exactly, but fear wearing anger's coat. Orvek had gone too far with someone powerful and only now discovered the leash around his own neck. What did you do? She asked quietly. The courtyard stilled. Orvek scoffed. Me? Yes. You. You think everything is cleverer than it is. With you, I try not to overestimate. A few thieves laughed. Orvek stepped closer. Careful, little bird. Nima smiled without warmth. I have been careful with you for months. It has grown dull. His hand twitched toward his belt knife. Every sparrow above them seemed to stop breathing. Nima did not reach for a weapon. She never carried one openly. That was why fools sometimes mistook her restraint for softness. Sela's voice cut through the courtyard. Draw steel here, Orvek, and no crew will shelter you by dawn. He looked around. Faces turned from him. Not all. Enough. Orvek's hand dropped. Palace will come for you, he said. Maybe tonight. Maybe tomorrow. When they do, remember who told you to bow before they broke your neck. He spat near the rain barrel and stormed out. Nima watched him go. Pello whispered, he knows something. Yes. What? Nima looked toward the rooftops. A paper sparrow sat on the bell tower ledge. Not one of hers. This one was folded from white palace stock. Her heart went cold. She climbed the broken stair herself. Halfway up, Sella called her name, but Nima did not answer. The paper bird waited on the ledge, bright as a bone in moonlight. She unfolded it. Inside was a single line written in an elegant, unfamiliar hand. Crowns are easiest to take from heads already bowed. No signature. Beneath the words, pressed in dark wax, was the thorn mark. 3 lines crossing a circle. Nima looked out over Velaris. The palace lamps burned above the bridges. The lower city glimmered below, beautiful and treacherous and full of people who had placed their fragile trust in her. For one breath, she wished she had never climbed Garen's rain barrel. Never made rules. Never accepted a name that gave enemies something to aim at. Then she folded the note and tucked it into her glove. No. Let them aim. She had spent her life becoming difficult to catch. Now she would become impossible to use. At the guardhouse, Tavren read the warrant with ice in his veins. Minister Corven had not come himself. That would have been too honest. He had sent a magistrate, 2 palace witnesses, and a sealed order bearing Duchess Amelune's private mark. The mark was genuine. That was the worst part. Bram stood beside Tavren's desk, face grim. The magistrate adjusted his cuffs. By emergency authority of the ducal court, Captain Caul is ordered to apprehend Nima Quill, known as the Sparrow Queen, for the murder of Treasury Adjunct Ivan Marek, theft of restricted oathglass, conspiracy against the palace, and unlawful influence over city guard operations. Tavren looked up slowly. Ivan Marek is not dead. The magistrate blinked. What? He is not dead. One of the palace witnesses shifted. The magistrate recovered. The court has received sworn evidence of his death. From whom? That is sealed. Convenient. The magistrate's lips tightened. Captain, you are ordered to proceed. Tavren took the warrant. His eyes moved over the lines of accusation. Murder. Theft. Conspiracy. Influence. Corven had moved quickly. Too quickly. The Duchess's private seal at the bottom glinted in red wax. Tavren had seen Amelune twist the ring bearing that mark when uncertain. Had she signed knowingly? Had Corven rushed her? Had the seal been taken? He could not know yet. But he knew this. The warrant was not merely an attack on Nima. It was a net thrown over anyone who had helped her. Including him. Bram waited until the magistrate and witnesses left before speaking. Ivan is hidden. Alive. The shard is hidden. The minister is lying. Yes. And the order. Tavren held the warrant near the candle. For one tempting moment, he imagined letting the flame catch the corner. He did not. Paper could burn. Authority remained. If I refuse openly, he said, Corven removes me before we can use what we know. If you obey, you arrest an innocent woman. Yes. Bram's face was hard. Then what? Tavren folded the warrant and placed it inside his coat. Then I find her before Corven's men do. The rain began again as he crossed the city. It fell harder than before, drumming on bridge stones and turning the canals into shattered mirrors. Tavren wore his uniform this time because hiding would only make him easier to accuse. He carried no lantern. He did not need one. Every route to St. Oran's had been marked in his mind by weeks of reports, raids, and carefully ignored shadows. He did not reach St. Oran's. Nima found him first. She stood in the center of Sparrow Bridge with her hood down, rain streaming through her dark curls, her blue and grey gloves clenched at her sides. The bridge lanterns flickered in the wind. Behind her, the city dropped into canal mist. Above her, the palace watched like a patient predator. Tavren stopped several paces away. For a moment, neither spoke. He saw that she already knew. Of course she knew. The warrant is real, he said. Her face did not change. For Ivan's murder? Yes. Efficient, since he is alive. And theft of restricted oathglass. That part has style. And conspiracy against the palace. Well, she said. One hates to be undercharged. He did not smile. Neither did she. Rain ran down the side of her face, catching on the brass bird charm at her throat. She looked very small in the center of the bridge and not fragile at all. Did the Duchess sign it? She asked. Her seal is on it. That is not what I asked. No, Tavren said. It is not. She absorbed that. Then she looked away toward the lower city. My people will scatter if I run. Corven will use that. He will arrest every sparrow he can name and invent names for the rest. Yes. If I surrender, he will use that too. Yes. And if you refuse to take me, he will call you compromised. He already has. She looked back at him sharply. He stepped closer. Nima, listen to me. This warrant is meant to force our hand before the festival. Corven does not know where Ivan is, and he does not have the true shard. That means he is afraid. Powerful men are cruel when afraid. I know. Her eyes searched his face, looking for betrayal because she had trained herself to find it early. Tavren let her look. He had no defense except the truth, and no proof except the weeks behind them, the returned charm, the unlocked cells, the shared ledgers, the tunnels, the hand he had held in Darbriket's kitchen. You came to arrest me, she asked. I came to find you. That is a polished answer. It is an honest one. Her mouth tightened. Do you know what happens if I trust you and I am wrong? Yes. No. You do not. If I am wrong, children vanish. Cellar hangs. Mera's shop burns. Pello becomes bait. Every person who thought the Sparrow Queen could protect them learns I was only a girl with quick hands and too much pride. Tavren's voice lowered. And if I am wrong, Corven takes the guard, the courts, and every oath in the city. I know the weight of this. You know law. I know failure. The words struck through the rain. Nima fell silent. Tavren drew the folded warrant from his coat and held it out. She did not take it. Then what do we do, Captain? Not Tavren. Captain. The distance hurt more than he expected, but he accepted it. She was frightened. Not for herself alone. Perhaps not for herself at all. He stepped close enough that only she could hear him over the rain. We make the truth louder than the warrant. Something moved in her eyes. Hope, perhaps. Or the dangerous beginning of it. Behind them, a bell rang from the palace hill. Once. Twice. Then a third time. Nima turned toward the sound. That is not a watch bell. No, Tavren said. From the far end of the bridge, lanterns appeared. Guard lanterns. Too many. Bram would not have sent them. Tavren knew that instantly. These moved in a wide formation meant to block escape. Palace men in guard blue. Corven had not waited. Nima's hand slid into her sleeve. Tavren caught her wrist, gently but firmly. No running yet. She stared at him. Yet. If you flee now, they hunt everyone. If you stand, they think they have won. And have they? Tavren looked past her at the advancing lanterns, then back at the woman he had been sent to destroy and had instead come to trust more than half the palace. No. The first guards reached the bridge. Their leader held up a sealed order. Captain Caul. By authority of Minister Jast, surrender the accused. Nima's laugh was soft and bitter. He sent an audience. Tavren released her wrist and turned to face them. His hand rested on his sword, not drawing it, but reminding every man present that he was still captain. Nima Quill, he said clearly, so the bridge, the guards, the hidden sparrows, and the listening rain could all hear, you are accused under ducal warrant. You will come with me to answer these charges. Her face went still. For one heartbeat, he saw hurt there before she buried it. Then he stepped closer, taking her arm as though securing a prisoner. His fingers pressed once against the inside of her wrist. A signal. Trust me. Nima's eyes snapped to his. He leaned near, his voice barely breath. Not them. Understanding flickered. She lifted her chin. The palace guards approached. Tavren looked at their leader. The prisoner is in my custody. Minister Jast ordered. I am captain of the city guard, Tavren said, voice like drawn steel. Until I am lawfully removed, my custody stands. The man hesitated. Good. Hesitation was a crack. Nima had taught him that. Tavren guided her forward, not toward the palace men, but toward the north end of the bridge where city guard jurisdiction remained arguable. Palace lanterns closed behind them. Rain hammered the stones. Nima walked beside him, silent and rigid. To anyone watching, she was caught. To Tavren, her pulse beat fast beneath his fingers. To Nima, he hoped, his hand around her arm felt less like a shackle than a promise. At the edge of the bridge, a small white feather drifted down from the darkness above and landed near Tavren's boot. Pello was watching. The sparrows were watching. The city was watching. Tavren did not look up. Neither did Nima. They walked into the rain together, prisoner and captain, thief and guard, both knowing the trap had closed. Both knew it had closed too soon. The city did not sleep after Nima Quill was taken. It pretended to. Velaris was good at pretending. Shutters closed. Lamps dimmed. Ferrymen tied their boats as if dawn would bring ordinary passengers. Bakers fed their ovens. Palace clerks sharpened quills. Guards changed watch beneath dripping arches while rain slid down their collars and made every uniform smell faintly of wool and river stone. But beneath the pretense, the city held its breath. Nima felt it. She felt it in the silence of the market as Tavren escorted her through the North District, one hand steady on her arm. She felt it in the gutters where no sparrow called out, in the windows where curtains trembled and stilled, in the alleys where her people watched and did not interfere because she had given no signal. She felt it in the way the palace men followed too closely behind them, eager for her to bolt, eager for Tavren to stumble, eager for the night to become simple enough for violence. Nima did not run. Every instinct in her body raged against that choice. Her wrists remembered chains before they touched iron. Her feet knew 16 routes off the North Bridge, 7 through the fish market, 5 over the old Cooper roofs, 3 that even Tavren did not know because she had never shown him the church drain beneath St. Vay's cracked fountain. She could vanish. She could turn in the rain, step on one guard's knee, twist under another's arm, and be gone before the palace men understood that holding a thief required more than surrounding her. But if she ran, the sparrows would scatter. And when sparrows scattered, hawks hunted. So she walked. Beside her, Tavren's face was unreadable beneath the bridge lanterns. Rain had soaked his hair and darkened the shoulders of his captain's coat. To anyone watching, he looked like law-given human shape, stern, upright, merciless enough to bring down the queen he had once failed to catch. Only Nima could feel the difference in his hand. Not gripping. Guarding. At the entrance to the lower guardhouse, the palace officer stepped in front of them. He had a narrow face, a trimmed beard, and the satisfied expression of a man wearing another man's authority. Minister Jast has ordered the prisoner delivered to the palace cells, he said. Tavren did not release Nima. City warrant. City arrest. City holding cell. The minister's order supersedes common procedure. Show me the signed decree establishing that. The officer's nostrils flared. You would challenge Minister Jast in the street. No, Tavren said. I challenge unsigned instructions in the street. Minister Jast may embarrass himself in person if he likes. Nima kept her gaze lowered, though a smile nearly betrayed her. The officer leaned closer. Captain Caul, your fondness for procedural stubbornness has been noted. Excellent. I dislike wasted observation. For one sharp moment, Nima thought the palace men would draw steel. Their hands shifted. Tavren's did not. That was his gift, she was beginning to understand. He did not need to threaten. He became a thing other men had to measure themselves against, and many disliked the answer. Bram Vosk appeared in the guardhouse doorway with 6 city guards behind him. He looked at Nima, then at Tavren, then at the palace officer. Problem? Bram asked, in a tone that suggested he hoped there was. The palace officer stepped back. No, he said. No problem. Good. Bram's eyes moved to Nima. His expression remained hard, but there was something else beneath it now. Not trust, not quite. Respect under protest. Cell is prepared. Prepared meant something different when Bram said it. Nima learned that 10 minutes later. The cell looked ordinary enough: stone walls, iron door, narrow bench, bucket, barred window too high and too small to help anyone except a very determined cat. But the lock on the door was older than the rest, its lower pin slightly bent. The window bar closest to the left wall had been filed just thin enough to matter. Beneath the bench, where no careless guard would look, someone had tucked a folded strip of cloth containing 2 lockpicks, a sliver of dried apple, and a note. Not yet. Nima did not touch any of it. Tavren stood outside the open cell door. Bram and 2 guards waited at the corridor's end, just far enough away to pretend they were not listening. The palace officer remained directly behind Tavren, which meant every word mattered. Remove her gloves, the officer said. Nima's hands curled. Tavren turned slowly. Why? She is a pickpocket. Tools may be hidden in the seams. Her gloves were searched. Search them again. Tavren looked back at Nima. Her gloves were more than cloth. The blue one had belonged to Seller first, mended so many times it was more darning than glove. The grey one had been her mother's, cut down and restitched to fit Nima's hand after the fever took her. Wearing them was foolish sentiment. Thieves were not supposed to carry soft things where enemies could touch them. But she did. Tavren held out his hand. Nima made herself remove the gloves. 1 finger at a time. She placed them in his palm without looking at him. His hand closed around them carefully, as if they were not evidence but something entrusted. I will inventory them myself, he said. The palace officer frowned. They should be stored with prisoner effects. They will be, Tavren replied. After I inventory them. Nima looked up then. His eyes met hers only briefly. A promise passed between them, quiet as breath. He stepped back. The cell door closed. Iron turned in the lock. The sound traveled through Nima's bones. She had been locked in places before. Pantries, coal rooms, carriage trunks, a wine cellar beneath a magistrate's house, the back room of a pawnbroker who had thought 12-year-old Nima would cry loudly enough to summon pity and quietly enough to avoid embarrassment. She had escaped them all. Locks did not frighten her. But this was not a locked room. This was a stage. And somewhere, Corven Jast was waiting for her to say the wrong line. Tavren's footsteps faded down the corridor. The palace officer lingered. Nima sat on the bench and looked at him through the bars. If you are waiting for me to confess, bring better company. I am bored already. His mouth twisted. You think wit is armor? No. It is usually a knife. You will not joke when Minister Jast questions you. Does he prefer flattery? I can be insincere in several dialects. The officer stepped closer to the bars. You should consider humility, thief. I have. It seemed inconvenient. He left with a hiss of wet cloak and wounded dignity. Only when his footsteps vanished did Nima let her shoulders drop. Across the corridor, a prisoner in another cell whispered, Sparrow? Nima turned her head. A woman sat in the shadows opposite, hair tangled, one eye swollen nearly shut. Nima knew her. Not by name, but by district. Washerwoman from the East Steps. 3 children. Husband lost to dock fever. What are you in for? Nima asked softly. Breaking oath. The woman gave a bitter little laugh. Said I promised payment to a lender. I never touched glass. Never made no oath. But they had a shard, cloudy and cracked, and a witness with rings on every finger. Nima closed her eyes. The false shards again. What is your name? Brenna. I will remember. Won't help. Nima looked across the dim corridor. You would be surprised what remembering can do. Brenna shifted closer to the bars. They say you killed a clerk. They say many things. Did you? No. Brenna studied her. Good. I hate clerks less than lenders. Despite herself, Nima smiled. Hours passed. The guardhouse settled into its night rhythm. Boots, keys, murmured complaints, the drip of rain from cloaks hung too near the wall. Twice, Bram walked past and did not look at her. Once, a young guard brought bread and water and nearly dropped both when Nima thanked him. Near dawn, a new set of footsteps entered the corridor. Measured. Unhurried. Expensive. Nima stood before she saw him. Minister Corven Jast appeared beyond the bars in a dark robe lined with grey silk. He carried no lantern. One of his men held it behind him, keeping Corven's own hands free. The light turned his silver hair almost white and sharpened every elegant line of his face. Nima Quill, he said. At last. At last. Nima leaned one shoulder against the wall. Minister, if you wanted an introduction, you might have sent a card. I steal those too. He smiled. It was worse than anger. I understand why they follow you, he said. Charm is cheaper than bread and easier to distribute. I find it works best on men who think themselves immune. Does Captain Caul believe himself immune? Nima kept her face still. Corven's smile deepened. No answer. How loyal. What do you want? Peace. She laughed once. Try again. Order, then. The two are often mistaken for one another by people who benefit from disorder. People like me? People exactly like you. He moved closer to the bars. Nima did not step back. You think because you limit the damage becomes virtue, Corven said. No poor households. No children after dark. No blades. How touching. You are a little tyrant with rules painted on your cage. And you are a large one with better curtains. His eyes cooled. There. Not a wound. A nick. I know what you have, he said. Nima's heart gave one hard beat. Corven watched her closely. She yawned. His mouth tightened by a fraction. Ivan Marek is dead. Is he? He will be, if not already. You misplace clerks often? You have a shard. Nima let her brows lift. I have had many things. Purses. Rings. A terrible hat from a count who deserved it. You must be specific. The shard cannot save you. Even if it exists, even if Marek breathed his frightened little truth into it, who will trust a record produced by a thief and a compromised captain? The truth has survived worse company. The truth, Corven said softly, survives only when someone powerful keeps it alive. Nima looked at him then, truly looked. Not at the silk, the polish, the pale hands, the controlled smile. At the fear under it. He hid it well, but she had learned fear's disguises before she learned Sum's. Corven was afraid of hunger because hunger moved people. Afraid of disorder because disorder ignored titles. Afraid of loyalty freely given because he could neither purchase nor command it. You do not want order, she said. You want stillness. His smile vanished. A city held still long enough, Nima continued, starts to rot. Corven stepped close enough that his shadow fell across her face. You mistake poetry for power. No. I mistake powerful men for predictable ones. He lifted one pale hand. His attendant stepped forward and unlocked the cell. Nima did not move as Corven entered. The attendant remained outside. That was the first mistake. Corven believed proximity to danger proved he controlled it. He stopped an arm's length from her. Sign a confession, he said. Admit to the thefts, the murder of Ivan Marek, the corruption of Captain Caul, and the manipulation of the lower bridge gangs. In return, I will recommend mercy for your sparrows. There it was. Not her life. Never her life. He knew what mattered. Nima's fingers curled against her skirt. Define mercy. Workhouses instead of prison. Chains with blankets. Training. Discipline. Food. Names on ledgers. Better than names on gravestones. And Sella. Mera. Pello. Corven studied her. The boy matters most. Nima smiled. A calm, empty smile. Oh, Minister. Did you think I would tell you where to press? His eyes narrowed. You are not stupid, he said. Generous. That makes this tiresome. You cannot win. The Duchess has sealed your arrest. The captain will be removed. The guard will be corrected. Your little kingdom will either kneel or be swept into the canals. Nima leaned closer. Then why are you here? For the first time, silence answered her before he did. I enjoy resolving matters personally, Corven said. No, Nima whispered. You are here because something is missing. His hand moved. Not far. Not fast. But Nima saw the slap coming and let it come. Pain cracked across her cheek. Behind the bars, Brenna gasped. Nima turned her face slowly back to Corven. Her cheek burned. Her eyes watered. She did not blink. There you are, she said. Corven's composure returned like a door slamming shut. You will be transferred to palace custody at dusk, he said. By tomorrow, you will understand the value of cooperation. Tomorrow is always where cowards keep their threats. He left the cell. The lock turned again. His footsteps faded. Only then did Nima sit on the bench, one hand rising to her cheek. Across the corridor, Brenna whispered, Sparrow? I am here. You all right? Nima looked at the strip of dawn light in the high window. No, she said. But I am thinking. In the captain's office above, Tavren Caul was thinking too, and every thought was a blade turned inward. He had not slept. His desk held the warrant, 3 false ledgers, a list of corrupted oathglass convictions, and Nima's gloves. The gloves bothered him most. Not because they were evidence. Because he had no right to understand what they meant and did anyway. He had seen the way her face changed when she removed them. The grey one was older, softer at the palm, carefully darned with thread just a shade too dark. The blue one had a hidden seam perfect for a blade, except Nima had kept nothing in it but a folded scrap showing Pello's childish drawing of a bird with a crown too large for its head. He had inventory records to write. He wrote nothing. Bram entered without knocking, which had become his preferred method of expressing concern. Corven visited her, Bram said. Tavren looked up. When? Just now. Alone. With one attendant. Tavren stood. Bram blocked the door. It was not wise. Bram knew it. He did it anyway. Move, Tavren said. No. The word hung between them. Tavren's voice lowered. Lieutenant. Captain. If you storm downstairs and strike a minister, we lose what little room we have left. Tavren's hands closed. Bram did not move. I saw her after, Bram said. She is alive. Angry. Talking. Which means dangerous. The breath Tavren had not known he was holding left him. Bram stepped away from the door but not far. There is worse. Of course there is. Order came for transfer at dusk. Palace custody. Closed tribunal tomorrow. Tavren stared at him. Closed tribunal. No public witnesses. No open challenge. No time to bring Ivan forward safely. No chance to test the true shard without Corven controlling the room. Nima would be condemned, and Tavren would be suspended before he could object. The old memory rose with cruel precision. A soldier standing straight before a flawed shard. A young Tavren saying nothing because proper channels were already moving. A body at dawn. No. Never again. Where is the transfer route? Tavren asked. Bram's eyes sharpened. North Gate to Palace Lower Road, he said. 6 city guards assigned. 4 palace men accompanying. I was given command. By Corven? Yes. Why you? Because he thinks I distrust her enough to obey. Do you? Bram gave him a flat look. I distrust her. I am not an idiot. Tavren almost smiled. Almost. Then he looked down at the warrant again. If we prevent the transfer, we become fugitives. If we let it happen, she dies legal. The words settled like iron. Tavren reached for his sword belt. Bram exhaled. I was afraid you would be sensible. I have been sensible before. It ended badly. What is the plan? Tavren looked at the gloves on his desk. She will have one, he said. Nima did have a plan. Several, in fact, though most involved too much luck, too many injuries, or Pello doing something heroic and stupid, which she preferred to avoid until all sensible disasters had been exhausted. The first plan ended when she saw the transfer wagon. It was not the usual barred cart used for debtors and drunks. It was a black carriage reinforced with iron bands, windowless except for 2 narrow slits, with a lockbox built into the rear step and wheel spikes designed to prevent anyone climbing aboard from the side. 4 palace men rode with it. 6 city guards stood nearby. Bram led them. Nima walked between two guards, wrists bound in front of her. Tavren had not come down for the transfer. That was either very good or very bad. Brenna watched from her cell as Nima passed. "Sparrow," she whispered. Nima turned her head just slightly. Brenna lifted 2 fingers to her brow. A washerwoman's salute. Nima answered with the same. At the courtyard gate, the palace officer from the night before waited with a satisfied smirk. "A quieter bird this evening." Nima looked at him. "A poorer audience." His smirk faltered. Bram took her arm and guided her toward the carriage. His grip was firm enough to appear convincing and loose enough that she could have slipped free if she chose. He leaned slightly closer. "Wait for the 3rd turn," he muttered. Nima did not react. The 3rd turn. So Tavren was in this. Foolish, honorable, impossible man. They loaded her into the carriage and locked the door. Inside, darkness wrapped around her. The bench was hard. The air smelled of iron, damp leather, and old fear. Her wrists ached where the rope pressed against bone. The carriage lurched forward. 1st turn, out of the guardhouse yard. 2nd turn, onto the North Road. The city sounds changed. Fewer voices. More wheels. Rainwater under iron rims. Nima worked her wrists against the rope. Too tight to slip. Of course, Bram tied knots like a man personally offended by escape. The carriage slowed. 3rd turn. A shout cracked outside. Then another. The carriage jerked to a halt so abruptly Nima hit the side wall shoulder first. Horses screamed. Metal rang. Someone cursed Bram's name with feeling. The carriage tilted as one wheel dropped into what sounded like a prepared rut. Nima braced her boot against the opposite bench. The lockbox on the rear step clicked. A panel beneath her seat opened. Tavren Caul looked up from below the carriage, rain streaking his face. For one mad second, Nima could only stare. He held a knife up through the gap. "Wrists. You are under the carriage." "Yes." "While it is guarded." "Yes." "This is your plan." It is Bram's least favorite part. She thrust her bound wrists through the gap. Tavren sliced the rope. Outside, Bram bellowed, "Control the horses," with such convincing fury that Nima admired him on the spot. Tavren pushed something into her hands. Her gloves. Nima's fingers closed around them. Emotion struck so suddenly she almost dropped them. "North Alley," Tavren said. "Cellar waits." "What about you?" "Arguing." "That is not a plan." "It often works for me." The carriage door lock snapped open from outside. Nima pulled on her gloves, braced herself, and kicked the door hard. It flew open into the palace officer's face. That was satisfying. She launched herself out into rain and chaos. One horse had reared sideways, blocking the road. A cart of turnips had overturned at the exact angle needed to trap the rear wheels. Bram was shouting orders while doing very little to make them effective. 2 city guards wrestled one palace man to the ground with the air of men terribly sorry to have tripped while performing their duty. Nima saw Tavren emerge from beneath the carriage, uniform soaked and smeared with mud. A palace guard drew his sword. Nima moved first. She snatched a turnip from the road and threw it at his face. It struck with a wet thud. The man staggered. Tavren disarmed him with one clean motion and shoved him into the side of the carriage. Nima stared. Tavren looked at her. "A turnip," he said. "Improvisation. Effective." "I thought so." Someone shouted her name. Sella stood at the mouth of a narrow alley, holding a lantern with a blue cloth tied around the handle. Nima ran toward her. Behind her, Tavren called, "Go." She hated obeying. She obeyed anyway. Sella caught her hand and pulled her into the alley. They ran through rain-slick turns, under hanging laundry, across a courtyard where startled chickens exploded from a coop in a storm of feathers. Nima heard boots behind them, then a sharp whistle from above. "Pello!" A barrel rolled from a rooftop chute and crashed into the alley behind them, followed by a cascade of old cabbage leaves. Someone slipped. Someone cursed. Pello whooped triumphantly from the roof. Nima nearly turned back to scold him and hug him in the same motion. Sella dragged her onward. They reached Mera's tea shop through the rear Caul door. Inside, Mera stood with a rolling pin in one hand and a kettle in the other, as if prepared to host or murder depending on who entered first. Nima stumbled in, breathless. Mera looked her over. "You are late. I was arrested." "Excuses." Sella locked the door behind them. "Tavren." Nima turned toward the narrow window. Rain blurred the alley. No sign of him. Pello dropped down through the roof hatch moments later, covered in cabbage, grinning like a lunatic. "I hit one in the hat." Nima seized his shoulders. "You were told to stay above ground." "I was above ground. Mostly. You could have been killed. But I wasn't." "That is not a defense. It works when you use it." Sella turned away quickly, either to hide a smile or avoid taking sides. Nima pulled Pello into a fierce hug before he could see her fear. He froze, then hugged her back so tightly she could barely breathe. "I knew Captain Grumpy would get you out," he muttered into her coat. "Do not call him that." "You do." "I am allowed." "Why?" Nima released him. "Because I am queen." Mera snorted from the stove. "Not at the moment. At the moment you are a fugitive dripping on my floor." The word landed heavily. Fugitive. Not hidden. Not free. Fugitive. Nima looked toward the grease trap beneath the basin where the true oathglass shard waited. "Where is Ivan?" "Safe," Sella said. "Darbra moved him before dawn. Lyra is with him." "Good." "And Tavren?" Pello asked. No one answered. The back door opened. Everyone turned. Tavren stepped inside, followed by Bram. Both were soaked. Tavren had a cut along his jaw. Bram's left sleeve was torn, and someone had apparently struck him with a turnip as well, though less successfully. Nima crossed the room before she could consider dignity. "You came back," she said. Tavren looked at her. There were a dozen things his face might have done: smiled, softened, deflected, scolded. Instead, exhaustion and relief moved through him so plainly that Nima's chest tightened. "Yes," he said. Such a simple word. Such a dangerous one. Bram shut the door and leaned against it. "You are both welcome. I accept gratitude in coin, silence, or the permanent end of turnips as weapons." Pello pointed at him. "You were magnificent." Bram looked pained. That was not one of the options. Tavren removed a folded paper from inside his coat. It was damp but intact. "What is that?" Sella asked. "My suspension order," Tavren said. "Delivered before I reached the guardhouse." Nima went still. Bram's mouth twisted. "Minister Jast has appointed acting Captain Pelisardo pending inquiry into Tavren's conduct." "Silver Tooth?" Nima said. "The same," Tavren replied. Pello made a sound of disgust. "He hums funeral songs." Bram looked at him. "That is not his greatest disqualification." Nima stared at Tavren. "You knew that the suspension was coming?" "Yes." "And still you?" "Yes." She wanted to shout at him. She wanted to ask if he understood what he had thrown away. His command. His standing. His oath, twisted now by Corven into disobedience. She wanted to ask whether saving her had been worth becoming exactly what the minister accused him of being. But his eyes stopped her. He knew. He knew the cost. He had paid it anyway. Nima looked down at her gloved hands. "You should not have done that." "No," Tavren said. "I should have done it sooner." The room quieted. Bram cleared his throat gruffly. "Before everyone becomes unbearable, we have practical problems." Mera set cups on the table. "Sit." Practical problems are improved by tea and made worse by standing heroically. No one argued. They gathered around the back table where so many plots had begun to feel almost ordinary. Only this time, there was nothing ordinary left. Tavren was suspended. Nima was a fugitive. Corven controlled the guard through Pelisardo. Ivan was alive but weak. The Festival of Lamps would begin at sunset the next day, when the Duchess traditionally signed civic renewals before the assembled guilds and city witnesses. If Corven forced the emergency decree through then, he would have public legitimacy and legal command. They had less than a day. Nima listened as Tavren explained what he knew of the festival arrangements. Duchess Ameloon would appear on the palace square balcony. The guild speakers would present lantern offerings. Minister Corven would stand at her right. The oathglass table would be prepared with official shards. A decree signed before the guild witnesses could take effect immediately if framed as an emergency protection measure. He will use me as the emergency, Nima said. Yes. And you as the proof that the guard is compromised. Yes. Bram tapped the table. He will station palace-loyal guards around the square. Pelisardo will command the visible watch. Sella leaned over the city map Mera had produced from somewhere that raised questions. The public square has 5 main entrances. 7, Nima said. 2 servant passages under the lamp stairs. Tavren glanced at her. She shrugged. Palaces have windows. Windows have purposes. Lyra arrived just before midnight, hooded and pale, with ink on her fingers and fury in her eyes. Ivan is awake, she said. He can speak, but not stand long. Can he testify? Tavren asked. For a few minutes, perhaps. But if Corven sees him too early, he will never reach the square. Nima looked toward the basin. Then the shard speaks first. No, Tavren said. She turned to him. If we reveal the shard too soon, Corven claims theft and contamination. He will force the matter into closed review. Tavren pointed to the map. We need public contradiction. Lyra's cutting records. Ivan alive. The real shard. Guard witnesses. Financial ledgers. All at once, before the Duchess and guilds can be separated. Sella nodded slowly. Not proof as a knife. Proof as a net. Exactly. Nima stared at the map. A net. She knew nets. The secret was not strength. A rope alone could be cut. A knot alone could be loosened. But enough knots, crossing at the right tension, could hold what no single line could. We use the lamps, she said. Everyone looked at her. Nima tapped the square on the map. During the festival, every bridge crew, guild, household, and temple brings lanterns. Thousands of lights. If selected lamps go dark in sequence, it will look like an accident to most people, but not to those who know the pattern. Pello sat up. Sparrow flight. Nima pointed at him. Exactly. Tavren frowned. Explain. Our sparrows use rooftop light patterns when bells are watched. 3 dark, 1 bright means danger. Alternating darks mark a safe path. A full wing pattern means gather. Bram looked doubtful. You want children signaling during a palace coup? I want children doing what they already know how to do from rooftops where no palace guard looks unless he expects rain to arrest him. I object to every part of that sentence. Your objection is noted and ignored. Pello grinned. No, Nima said immediately. Not you. His grin collapsed. You are with Mera. Why? Because if everything fails, someone must get the younger sparrows out through the east drains. Pello's face changed. Responsibility did what danger could not. It steadied him. I can do that, he said. I know. Tavren watched her say it, and Nima felt the look like warmth through cloth. They worked through the night. Lyra copied cutting records in a hand so precise it looked printed. Sella sorted Nima's ledgers, stripping out names of children where possible and marking adult witnesses who could safely appear. Bram listed guards still loyal to him and Tavren, then cursed when the list was shorter than he wanted and cursed again when Nima added 5 names he had missed. They owe me, she said. For crimes. For favors. That distinction grows thinner around you. Yet remains useful. Mera brewed pot after pot of tea and bullied everyone into eating. Pello carried messages until Nima caught him limping and ordered him to sit. He sat for 3 minutes, then resumed carrying messages while sitting by persuading younger sparrows to run them for him. Near dawn, Nima retrieved the true oathglass shard from beneath the grease trap. It did smell faintly of onion fat. Tavren did not comment. Wise man. They wrapped it in clean linen and placed it in a plain wooden spice box. No jewels. No seal. Nothing to invite attention. Then Nima took out another ledger. This one was smaller than the others, bound in dark leather gone soft at the corners. Sela saw it and went still. No, Sela said. Nima set it on the table. Tavren looked between them. What is it? My crown, Nima said. Pello, half asleep by the stove, lifted his head. Nima. It is all right. Sela's voice sharpened. It is not all right. Nima touched the cover. Roots. Safe houses. Debt marks. Crew signs. Favors owed. Names behind false names. Enough to unravel every thief under my sparrow. Bram stared. Why would you keep that written? Because memory dies. Paper can be hidden. And now? Nima pushed the ledger toward Tavren. He did not touch it. No, he said. You need it. I need evidence against Corven, not your people's throats in my hand. You need proof that the crimes blamed on me do not match my network's movements. Proof that the stolen tax routes were not ours. Proof that the people he means to arrest could not have done what he claims. Nima. If you present only palace records, Corven will call them forged. If you present only guard testimony, he will call it compromised. If you present only Ivan, he will call him frightened. But if you show the city my own hidden records, if you show what I did and did not do, then the lies have nowhere easy to stand. Sela's eyes shone with unshed tears. Those names are people. I know. People who trusted you. I know. Then do not hand them to the law. Nima's own throat tightened. I am handing them to Tavren. Tavren's face changed. She looked at him directly. Not to the captain. Not to the guard. To you. For a long moment, the only sound was the kettle beginning to tremble on the stove. Tavren placed his hand on the ledger but did not pull it toward him. I will not use this to hunt them. I know. I will not expose children. I know. If there are crimes here with blood attached. There are not. Not under my mark. He held her gaze. If there are. She swallowed. That was the knife edge. Clean justice was easy in songs. Harder in rooms where everyone you loved had dirty hands from surviving. But if she asked Tavren to bend the truth for her, even once, then Corven had already taught them the rules. If there are, she said, you follow the proof. Sela closed her eyes. Pello looked near tears. Nima kept standing because queens did not collapse in front of their people, even when giving the crown away. Tavren drew the ledger toward him with both hands, as carefully as he had once taken her gloves. I will honor this, he said. Nima believed him. That was the most frightening thing of all. The Festival of Lamps began under a washed-clean sky. By sunset, Velaris blazed. Lanterns hung from every bridge, balcony, mast, window, archway, and market stall. Glass lamps shaped like fish drifted along the canals. Children carried paper moons on sticks. Guilds processed through the streets with their trade lanterns held high, gold for coiners, green for apothecaries, red for bakers, silver-white for oathglass cutters. Music rose from the lower squares and floated upward toward the palace terraces, where nobles pretended the songs had been written for them. Nima watched from the roof of a perfumer's shop overlooking the palace square. She wore no hood. That was deliberate. Her dark curls were pinned back with Sela's copper clips. Her blue and grey gloves were clean. The brass bird charm rested openly at her throat. Under her plain dark coat, the spice box containing Ivan's true shard was strapped close against her ribs. Below, the square filled with people. Too many people. A crowd was useful for hiding until it became useful for trampling. Palace-loyal guards stood at every visible entrance. Pelisardo, silver tooth flashing, strutted near the central stair in a captain's sash that did not belong to him. Nima hoped Bram saw it. Bram's resentment needed somewhere to go. Across the square, on the balcony prepared for the Duchess, Minister Corven Jast stood in dark festival robes embroidered with tiny silver lamps. Duchess Ameloon sat beside him in pale blue, her posture perfect, her face unreadable from this distance. Kestra Vale, the Duchess's senior attendant, moved behind the balcony with a tray of ceremonial candles. Nima had met Kestra only once, 2 hours before dawn, in Mera's back room. The attendant had arrived with Lyra, severe and graceful, and listened to the plan without blinking. When Tavren asked whether the Duchess knew the truth, Kestra had answered, "Her Grace knows there is truth she has not been allowed to hear." That had been enough. Now Kestra paused at the balcony rail and adjusted the third candle from the left. Signal received. The Duchess was uncertain but watching. Nima exhaled. From a nearby chimney, Pello whispered, "I should be closer." Nima turned so sharply he flinched. He was supposed to be with Mera. He knew it. He grinned weakly. "I am above ground. I am going to tie you to a weather vane. After." She seized his face in both hands and made him look at her. "If this turns, you run the east drains. Not to me. Not to Tavren. To Mera. You take the little ones and go." His grin vanished. "I know," he whispered. "No heroics." His mouth twisted. "You first." Nima pulled him close and kissed his forehead. "Little menace." "Big menace," he muttered. Below, a horn sounded. The guild processions ended. The festival ceremony began. Minister Corven stepped to the balcony rail and lifted both hands. The square quieted by degrees, music fading into murmurs, murmurs into silence. "People of Velaris," he called, voice carrying beautifully. Of course it did. Men like Corven always learned how to sound noble in public. "Tonight, we gather as generations gathered before us, to renew the lamps of civic trust. Each flame represents a vow, guild to customer, guard to citizen, ruler to city, neighbor to neighbor." Nima's lip curled. He should choke on that. Pello nodded solemnly. Politely. Corven continued. "Yet trust cannot flourish where law is mocked. In recent months, criminal networks have stolen tax gold, corrupted officers, murdered loyal servants, and threatened the order that keeps every lamp burning." The crowd stirred. Nima scanned the square. On the far left roof, Sella waited with 3 sparrows and a shaded lantern. On the east arch, Bram stood among a cluster of city guards loyal to Tavren. Near the Oathglass Cutters Guild, Lyra hid beneath a grey hood with copied records sewn into her skirt lining. Ivan was not visible. Good. Not yet. Corven raised a scroll. "The emergency decree. Therefore, by duty to your grace and to Velaris, I present a temporary protection decree, granting unified authority over guard, court, and oathglass review until this crisis has passed." Duchess Ameloon did not reach for the scroll. Corven turned slightly toward her, his smile perfect. From the roofline, Nima saw Kestra step behind the Duchess and lower her tray just enough to block Corven's nearest attendant. "Good woman." Corven's voice remained smooth, but his hand tightened on the scroll. "Your Grace." The first lamp went out. It was small. A blue paper lantern above the West Spice stairs. Anyone might have thought the flame died in the wind. Then another went dark beneath the north arch. Then 3 together on the bridge rail. Sparrow flight. Across the square, selected lights blinked out one by one, not enough to frighten the crowd, enough to guide those who knew. City guards shifted. Honest guild witnesses moved toward the central stair. Sella's runners slipped through the crowd carrying folded copies of ledger pages. Lyra crossed toward the Oathglass Cutters under cover of 2 bakers bearing a ceremonial bread wheel. Corven noticed too late. His gaze swept the rooftops. Nima stood. For one heartbeat, she let him see her. His face changed with such pure fury that satisfaction nearly made her careless. Nearly. She moved before he could point. The roofline became a path beneath her feet, perfumer's shop to lampmaker's awning, awning to carved balcony, balcony to the narrow ledge beside the palace stair. Below, shouts began as the crowd noticed guards shifting against guards. Pelisardo barked orders. "Seal the square. Arrest anyone carrying sparrow marks." Bram stepped into his path. "You are giving orders without lawful command." Pelis turned. "Vosk, stand aside." "No." Pelis smiled, silver tooth bright. "Still loyal to a disgraced captain?" Bram looked at the sash across Pelis's chest. "Still wearing stolen cloth?" Pelis drew his sword. Bram's smile was thin and pleased. "I hoped you would." Nima dropped from the ledge to the lower stair and slipped into the shadow beneath the balcony. Tavren was already there. He wore no captain's coat. Only a plain dark uniform without rank marks, sword at his side, face calm in the way storms were calm from far off. Nima stopped. "You came," she said. His eyes moved over her quickly, checking for injury. "You sound surprised." "I sound busy." "You sound surprised." "Fine. I am surprised. I said I would not let him make me stand alone." Her heart stumbled at her own words returned to her. Above them, Corven's voice sharpened. "Proceed, Your Grace. Disorder spreads even now. The decree is necessary." Duchess Ameloon stood. The square quieted, uncertain. Tavren offered Nima his hand. Not to steady her. To climb. She took it. Together, they stepped from the stair shadow into full view of the square. Gasps moved outward like wind across water. Pelis Ardo shouted, "Seize them." Bram's guards blocked his men. Tavren raised his voice. "By sworn guard law, I challenge the decree." The square erupted. Corven turned slowly from the balcony. "Captain Caul," he said, making the title sound like an insult. "You have been suspended from command. Not lawfully. You aided the escape of a murder suspect. I prevented an unlawful closed transfer. You admit it. I insist on it." Nima stood beside him, aware of every eye turning toward her. Thousands, it seemed. Nobles above, merchants below, guards at the stairs, sparrows on the roofs, children peering between adults, the city that had named her queen and might yet watch her hang. Corven lifted one hand. "And here she stands. Nima Quill, the Sparrow Queen. Fugitive. Thief. Murderer." Nima stepped forward. "The clerk I supposedly murdered is alive." A shock ran through the crowd. Corven laughed lightly. "A convenient claim." Lyra threw back her hood near the oathglass cutters. "Not a claim." Two guild women helped Ivan Marek through the crowd. He was pale, bent, and shaking, one arm held tightly against his bandaged side. But he was alive. The square's silence changed. Being alive was not proof of everything. But it was proof of one lie. Duchess Ameloon gripped the balcony rail. "Ivan Marek." Ivan tried to bow and nearly collapsed. Lyra caught him. "Yes, Your Grace," he called weakly. "Alive, by no kindness of the minister." Corven's face hardened. "An imposter," he said. Lyra's voice rang out, nervous but clear. "I have worked beside Ivan Marek for 7 years. I know his hand, his voice, his records, and the way he complains about cheap ink. He is no imposter." A ripple of uneasy laughter moved through the square. Nima almost smiled. Corven cut through it. "This is theater. A thief's trick." "Then let the oathglass settle it," Tavren said. At that, Corven stilled. Tavren turned toward the ceremonial oathglass table set below the balcony. On it lay 3 official shards in silver holders. "No," Nima murmured. Tavren glanced at her. She saw the question in his eyes. Then she saw Corven's. Too eager. The official shards were his. Nima caught Tavren's sleeve before he could move. "Not those." Corven's mouth curved. "The thief fears oathglass." Nima turned toward him and smiled. "No," she said clearly. "I fear counterfeit truth." The words struck the square harder than a shout. Lyra stepped forward with the copied cutting records. Several shards used in lower court convictions were cut by unlicensed hands and stamped afterward with false marks. The Oathglass Cutters Guild Master, a broad woman with silver-threaded braids, took the papers from Lyra. Her face darkened as she read. "This mark," the Guildmaster said, voice carrying with trained authority, "is false." Corven snapped, "Guildmaster, you will review those papers in chambers." "I will review them where the truth is challenged," she said. "That is my oath." A murmur of approval moved through the crowd. Duchess Ameloon looked from the Guildmaster to Corven. For the first time, open doubt cracked her composed face. Corven saw it. So did Nima. He changed tactics. "The city is being manipulated," Corven declared. "A disgraced captain, a fugitive thief, frightened clerks, and now conveniently altered guild records. Ask yourselves who benefits from confusion." "You do," Nima said. He looked down at her. You dare speak of benefit? You, who made herself queen of criminals? Yes. Nima reached into her coat and withdrew the small dark ledger. Cellar, somewhere below, made a quiet sound only Nima heard because she knew to listen for it. Nima lifted the ledger high. This is mine, she said. My hidden roots. My crew marks. My debts and favors. The map of everything I built in the dark because daylight had no door for us. The crowd stirred. Nima, Pello whispered from the roof above, anguished. She did not look up. I am a thief, she said. I have stolen purses from men too rich to notice and bread from kitchens that threw away more than children ate. I have lied. I have run. I have made fools of guards, nobles, and several people who deserved worse. But I did not murder Ivan Marek. I did not steal the tax gold. I did not forge oathglass. And I did not use prisoners as hidden labor. She held the ledger out to Tavren. He took it. Not triumphantly. Not hungrily. Carefully. As if he knew he held lives, not pages. This ledger, Tavren said, matches neither the alleged tax theft routes nor the prison transfer records used to accuse her. It does show that the shipments traveled under palace wax through the West Lock. Corven's voice chilled. A thief's ledger is not evidence. No, Tavren said. Alone, it is not. Bram stepped forward with a bound packet. Guard Patrol records. Originals. Not the copies submitted to the palace. Lyra lifted another packet. Treasury account transfers. The guildmaster lifted the cutting list. False oathglass marks. Ivan raised one shaking hand. And my sworn statement. Nima drew the spice box from beneath her coat. For a heartbeat, all the square seemed to narrow to the little wooden box in her hands. This was the true risk. Once the shard spoke, it could never speak again. If Corven's men broke it, if the crowd panicked, if the guildmaster was silenced, if the Duchess refused to hear, then the truth would become another story told in alleys and dismissed in court. Tavren moved beside her. Together, he asked softly. Nima looked at him. Rain had started again, barely more than mist. It caught in his hair, on his lashes, on the cut along his jaw from the transfer fight. He had lost command, certainty, reputation, and safety, yet he stood beside her as if there was nowhere else he could be. Not because she was queen. Not because she was useful. Because he had chosen. Nima opened the box. The true oathglass shard lay inside, clean despite Mera's grease trap, blue light sleeping in its heart. The guildmaster descended from the oathglass table and approached. She looked at the shard and drew in a sharp breath. True river cut, she said. Old. Untampered. Corven's face had gone pale. Nima held the shard out. The guildmaster placed it in a shallow silver bowl and filled the bowl with clean water from a ceremonial pitcher. Moonlight had not yet risen, but festival law allowed replay beneath open sky before the ruler and guild. The shard brightened. The water trembled. Ivan's voice emerged faintly, thin as a memory and clear as breaking glass. Ivan Marek. Treasury adjunct of Velaris. Son of Noel Marek, licensed cutter by River Right. The square froze. Nima barely breathed as the recorded statement played. Minister Corven Jast ordered the replacement of true oathglass with weakened shards. His agent carries the thorn mark. Tax shipments recorded as stolen by Sparrow thieves were diverted to palace accounts under false wax. Prisoners convicted by corrupted shards were assigned as labor through hidden contracts. Captain Rusk discovered the pattern and was taken below the West Lock. During the Festival of Lamps, Minister Jast intends to present an emergency decree to Duchess Amalune Vea. If she signs, command of the guard passes to him until order is restored. The water stilled. The shard went dull. For one long moment, no one spoke. Then the city did. Not in words at first. A low sound rose from the square, disbelief becoming anger, anger becoming recognition. Names moved through the crowd. Fathers. Sisters. Sons. Neighbors. Prisoners. Debtors. People who had known something was wrong and had been told the law did not make mistakes. Duchess Amalune turned to Corven. Her face was white. Is this true? She asked. Corven bowed his head. For one heartbeat, Nima thought he might try humility. Then he moved. Not toward the Duchess. Toward the oathglass table. He snatched one of the official shards and smashed it against the balcony rail. A crack of blue-white light burst outward. The crowd screamed. The explosion was not fire, not exactly, but shattered resonance. False oathglass, overloaded and broken, released stored fragments of vows in a shrieking wave. Voices screamed from the broken shard, confessions, denials, contracts, pleas, all tangled together. People clapped hands over their ears. The guildmaster staggered. Ivan collapsed. Corven used the chaos to seize Duchess Ameloon's arm. Kestra struck him with the candle tray. The blow was magnificent. Corven stumbled, blood at his temple, but did not fall. Two of his attendants rushed forward. Palace guards surged toward the stair. Tavren! Nima shouted. He was already moving. Bram and his city guards met Pelisardo's men below the balcony. Steel rang, though most blows were flat-sided, meant to disarm rather than kill. The square churned as civilians tried to retreat and sparrows guided them toward open exits with lamp signals. Nima ran for the side stair. A palace guard lunged at her. She ducked under his arm, stepped on his instep, and slammed the spice box into his nose. He dropped with a howl. "Sorry," she said, already past him. Above, Corven dragged the Duchess toward a curtained passage behind the balcony. Kestra clung to his sleeve with both hands. He shoved her hard. She struck the wall and fell. Nima's anger went bright and clean. She reached the balcony ledge just as Tavren came up the main stair from the other side. Corven saw them both. His face twisted. "You think this saves the city?" he shouted over the chaos. "You think mercy can govern canals and hunger? You think thieves become citizens because a girl in gloves asks nicely?" Nima stepped onto the balcony. "No." That stopped him. She moved closer. "I think cities rot when men like you convince everyone cruelty is structure." Corven pulled a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it near the Duchess's side. Tavren stopped. So did Nima. Duchess Ameloon stood rigid, but her eyes were clear now. Frightened, yes. But clear. "Let me pass," Corven said, "or she dies and your little reform ends with morning bells." Tavren's sword remained lowered. "There is no passage left." Corven laughed. "You know so little of the palace you serve." Nima glanced past him. The curtained passage. Servant route behind the lamp stairs. It would lead to the east corridor, then the old rain cistern, then the canal gate. She knew because she had used it twice. Corven had planned well. Not well enough. From the curtain above the passage, a single white feather drifted down. Nima's heart lurched. Pello. No heroics, she had told him. Useless words. She should have known. Children learned from what adults did, not what they ordered. Corven did not see the feather. Tavren did. His eyes met Nima's. "Trust me," his hand had once said against her wrist. Now her eyes answered. "Trust him." Nima looked at Corven and smiled. It was not a pleasant smile. "You forgot something, Minister." His eyes narrowed. "What?" "Sparrows fit where hawks cannot." Behind him, the curtain collapsed. Not the whole thing. Just enough. Pello dropped from the overhead rod onto Corven's back with all the fury of a boy who had been told not to be heroic and took it personally. He yanked Corven's silver hair with one hand and slapped a strip of sticky lamp wax over the minister's eyes with the other. Corven shouted, dagger hand jerking away from the Duchess. Tavren moved. So did Nima. Tavren seized the Duchess and pulled her clear. Nima caught Pello as Corven bucked backward. The boy nearly slipped over the balcony rail, and Nima grabbed his coat with both hands, her injured wrist blazing. For one terrible second, Pello hung over the square. "Nima," he cried. "I have you," she gasped. Tavren thrust the Duchess toward Kestra, then turned as Corven tore the wax from his eyes and lunged blindly with the dagger. The blade caught Tavren's side. Nima saw the impact before she saw blood. The world narrowed to it. Tavren staggered but did not fall. He caught Corven's wrist, twisted, and drove him down against the balcony rail. The dagger clattered across the stone. Bram reached the top of the stairs a moment later and kicked it away. With pleasure, he growled, and slammed Corven's hands into shackles. Nima pulled Pello back over the rail and crushed him against her chest. "You disobedient, reckless, impossible little bird," she said, voice shaking. "I helped," he said weakly. "You nearly died. But I helped." She held him tighter. Then she saw Tavren press one hand against his side. Blood spread between his fingers. Nima released Pello into Sella's arms. When had Sella reached the balcony? Nima did not know, did not care, and ran to Tavren. "No," she said. "A foolish word. A useless word." Tavren looked at her, pale but standing. "It is not deep. You are not allowed to decide that. I have had worse. Do not make me throw a turnip at you." His mouth curved despite the pain. "None nearby." Nima pressed her hands over his. Warm blood touched her gloves. Her gloves. His blood. She hated everything about it. "Tavren," she whispered. His gaze softened. In the middle of the balcony, amid broken glass, shouting guards, a bound minister, a shaken duchess, and a city watching its old order crack apart, he lifted his free hand and touched her cheek where Corven had struck her. Lightly. Reverently. "You are safe?" he asked. She made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "You impossible man." "I will take that as yes." Duchess Ameloon stepped forward. Her festival gown was torn. Her hair had come loose from its formal coils. Kestra stood beside her with one arm around her waist and a bruise forming near her temple. But the Duchess's voice, when she spoke, carried across the square. "Minister Corven Jast," she said, "is under arrest by ducal authority." The square thundered. Not with cheers. Not yet. With release. With fury. With the beginning of belief. Corven lifted his head, face streaked with blood and rain and humiliation. "You cannot hold the city without me." Duchess Ameloon looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "Watch me learn." Bram hauled Corven to his feet. Below, Pelisardo, disarmed and bleeding from the mouth, tried to slip away through the crowd. A dozen sparrows appeared from nowhere and blocked him with lantern poles, broom handles, and one stolen ceremonial bread wheel. Bram's guards reached him seconds later. Nima would have enjoyed the sight more if Tavren had not chosen that moment to sway. She caught him. He was heavier than she expected, or perhaps fear made everything heavier. "Sit," she ordered. "Public square." Then collapse decoratively. He obeyed enough to sit on the balcony step. Darbra Ket appeared as if summoned by impending medical incompetence, ducks embroidered on a shawl this time, hammer nowhere visible but strongly implied. "Move," she snapped. "All of you. Especially anyone important." "I am not important," Nima said immediately. Darbra glared at her. "You are bleeding on my patient by proximity." Nima moved just enough to let Darbra inspect Tavren's side. The surgeon cut open the torn fabric, examined the wound, and grunted. "Shallow enough for pride, deep enough for stitches. He will live unless he says something heroic and loses more blood." Tavren looked at Nima. "I will remain silent." "Your wisest oath," she said. The square below was beginning to settle into organized chaos. Lyra and the guildmaster guarded the copied records. Ivan was being helped to a chair, pale but conscious. Sella had Pello by the collar and appeared to be listing every bad decision he had made since birth. Mera, somehow present despite no one having seen her arrive, distributed tea from a basket and scolded a nobleman for blocking a stair. Duchess Ameloon stood at the balcony rail again. She did not hide behind Kestra now. "People of Velaris," she called, and this time her voice shook only at the beginning. "Tonight, you have seen proof that the law was wounded by those sworn to uphold it. You have seen citizens named criminals to hide crimes of state. You have seen oathglass misused, prisoners exploited, and fear dressed as order." The square quieted. "I will not sign the emergency decree," she said. A murmur rose. "I will not place the guard under ministerial command. I will not allow closed tribunals for these accusations. At dawn, a public inquiry will begin under guild witness, guard witness, and district witness." Nima felt the crowd shift. District witness. That was new. That was dangerous. That was hope with muddy boots. Duchess Ameloon looked down toward Nima. And Nima Quill, she continued, accused before the city, will not be judged in secret. Every eye turned again. Nima stood beside Tavren, her gloves stained with his blood, her face bare to the square. This was the moment to vanish. Her body knew it. Every roofline called. Every alley promised secrecy. The ledger was exposed. Her crown was cracked. Corven was bound, but the law still had hands, and many of them would not be kind. Tavren looked up at her from the step. He said nothing. He did not ask her to stay. That was why she did. Nima turned to the Duchess and bowed. Not deeply. Never that. But enough. I will answer in public, she said. The square heard. The city heard. And somewhere within Nima, something long clenched loosened its grip. Corven was dragged away beneath guard. The Festival of Lamps did not resume. It changed. People did not sing. They spoke. Names rose into the damp night, those imprisoned, those vanished, those fined, those beaten, those accused by cracked shards and sealed rooms. Guild witnesses wrote until their hands cramped. Honest guards collected statements. Oathglass cutters wrapped the false shards in black cloth. Sparrows carried messages without hiding their faces for the first time Nima could remember. Near midnight, Tavren was moved to a quiet chamber off the square so Darbra could stitch his side. Nima followed and refused to leave. Darbra looked at Tavren. Is she always like this? Yes, he said. Nima pointed at him. You are being stitched. Do not assist. Darbra snorted. I like her. She can stay if she stops hovering like a guilty crow. I am not hovering. You are nearly casting a shadow on the wound. Nima retreated 2 inches. Tavren watched her with that soft look again, the one that made her want to pick every lock in the city and then sit quietly beside him afterward. When Darbra finished and left them with strict orders about rest, hydration, and the avoidance of dramatic bleeding, the chamber grew quiet. Outside, voices continued in the square, muffled by stone. Nima stood near the window. Tavren sat on a narrow couch, one hand resting near the bandage at his side. He looked pale and tired and unfairly calm. You risked your crown, he said. She looked down. I never wanted it. That does not mean it cost nothing. No. It had cost more than she could yet measure. Her ledger was in the Duchess's custody now, sealed under Tavren's name and the Guildmaster's mark, its contents protected pending review. Her roots were compromised. Her rivals would circle. Some of her people would feel betrayed. Others would be safer. The underworld she had ruled by wit and stubbornness could not remain what it had been. Perhaps that was mercy. Perhaps that was grief. I gave you their names, she said. You gave me trust. That sounds prettier. It is harder. She turned from the window. He held out her gloves. Cleaned. Not completely. A faint stain remained near the blue glove's palm, where his blood had darkened the seam. I thought you might want these back, he said. Nima crossed the room and took them. Their fingers brushed. Neither moved away. She looked at his bandage, then his face. You risked everything. So did you. You first. I am not sure that matters. It does to thieves. We keep accounts. His smile was faint. And what does the account say? That I owe you. No. Tavren. No, he said again, gentler. Not a debt. Please. The word please undid her more than command could have. Nima sat beside him carefully, leaving enough room so she would not jostle his wound. For a moment, they listened to the city beyond the walls. A city awake. A city wounded. A city perhaps beginning to ask better questions. I do not know what I am if I am not the Sparrow Queen, she said. Tavren looked at her. You are Nima Quill. She gave a small, unsteady laugh. That has rarely felt sufficient. It is. Such certainty. She wanted to believe him. I do not know what you are if you are not captain, she said. His eyes lowered briefly. Neither do I. Then we are both unemployed symbols. That drew a quiet laugh from him, followed by a wince. Do not laugh, she said quickly. Then stop being funny. I cannot. It is load-bearing. He looked at her, and the humor softened into something deeper. Nima. Her breath caught. She knew that tone now. Not command. Not warning. Something more dangerous because it asked nothing and offered everything. He lifted his hand slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. She did not. His fingers touched the side of her face, just beneath the fading mark Corven had left. This time, there was no square watching, no minister raging, no bridge rain hiding them. Only the quiet room, the muffled city, and the truth that had been growing between them in stolen minutes and impossible choices. Nima leaned into his touch. Just a little. Enough. I was frightened, he said quietly. She tried to smile. Of Corven? No. Her heart turned over. Oh, she whispered. He brushed his thumb lightly along her cheek, careful as a vow. When I saw the transfer carriage close. When Pellis drew on you. When Pello slipped. When you stood in front of the city with your ledger in your hands. His voice roughened. I have been frightened many times. This was different. Nima looked at him through sudden tears she refused to let fall. I do not know how to do this, she admitted. Neither do I. That is not reassuring. No. You are supposed to be steady. I am trying. She laughed softly, and one tear escaped despite her best efforts. Tavren caught it with his thumb as if it mattered. That was when she kissed him. Not boldly, though she had done many bold things. Not carelessly, though she had stolen jewels with less hesitation. She leaned forward and pressed her lips to his, gentle and trembling and certain only that she wanted no lie between them. Tavren's hand slipped from her cheek to the back of her hand, warm and careful. He returned the kiss with such restrained tenderness that Nima felt something inside her, something tired and braced and long hidden, finally rest. It lasted only a moment. A clean, quiet promise of a moment. When she drew back, Tavren's eyes remained closed for half a breath. Then he opened them and smiled. Not the amused smile from notes and rooftops. A softer one. A smile without armor. Nima looked down quickly. You are injured. This is probably against Darbra's instructions. I will risk her disapproval. No one should risk Darbra's disapproval. Then we will blame the medicine. You have had no medicine. Then I will request some retroactively. Nima laughed, and this time he did not wince. A knock came at the door. They separated, though not far. Bram entered, took one look at them, and stopped. His face went through several stages of regret. I can come back, he said. No, Tavren replied. Yes, Nima said at the same time. Bram looked to the ceiling. Tragically, the city continues despite your personal developments. Nima stood, face warm. What happened? Bram's expression turned serious. Corven is secured. Pellis too. But we found something in the minister's seized papers. Tavren straightened despite the pain. What? Bram held out a folded document. Tavren opened it. Nima watched his face change. What is it? She asked. He looked up. The emergency decree was only one part, he said. Corven had orders prepared for arrests at dawn. Not just thieves. Guildmasters. Clerks. District speakers. Anyone who might challenge him. Bram's voice was grim. And there is more. He named you both as conspirators in a forged oath to overthrow the Duchess. If he cannot speak, his allies may still try to use it. Nima took the paper. At the bottom was the thorn mark. 3 lines crossing a circle. Her stomach tightened. So it is not finished, she said. No, Tavren replied. Outside, the bells began to ring, not festival bells now, but watch bells, calling the city toward dawn and judgment. Nima folded the paper carefully. Corven was bound. The decree was stopped. The city had heard the shard. But the old rot had roots. Acting swiftly had exposed the minister. Healing Velaris would require something harder than exposure. It would require law, memory, mercy, punishment, and the dangerous work of building trust where fear had been useful for so long. Nima looked at Tavren. He looked exhausted, wounded, suspended, and unshaken. She reached for his hand. He took hers. Bram pretended not to see and failed. Tomorrow, Nima said, we pull up the roots. Tavren's fingers tightened around hers. Together, he said. And as dawn approached beyond the palace windows, thief and guard stood in the broken quiet before judgment, no longer pretending the battle had only been for evidence, or reputation, or survival. It had been for the city. It had been for the truth. And, though neither said it aloud before Bram, it had been for each other. Dawn came to Velaris carefully, as if the sun itself did not trust what the night had revealed. Mist lifted from the canals in pale ribbons. The festival lanterns, so bright only hours before, hung dull and damp from bridges, balcony rails, market awnings, and palace arches. Some still burned with stubborn little flames, others had drowned in rain or gone dark during the panic. The square below the palace looked like the aftermath of 2 battles, though no army had marched through it. Broken glass glittered near the oathglass table. Trampled flowers clung to the stones. A ceremonial bread wheel lay split beside the stair where Pelisardo had been captured by sparrows with more bravery than sense. Nima Quill stood at a high window overlooking the square and tried to decide whether the city looked wounded or awake. Perhaps both. Behind her, the chamber where Tavren had been stitched smelled of boiled linen, lamp smoke, bitter herbs, and old stone. Bram had gone to organize loyal guards. Sella had gone to find Pello, who had been ordered to sleep and therefore almost certainly had not. Mera had marched away with an empty tea basket and 3 new secrets. Lyra had stayed with Ivan Marik. Duchess Ameloon had withdrawn with Kestra Vale for 1 hour of private counsel before the public inquiry began. And Tavren Caul had fallen asleep. Nima turned from the window and looked at him. He sat propped against the arm of the narrow couch, one hand resting lightly over the bandage at his side. Exhaustion had finally taken him in spite of dignity. His face was turned slightly toward the grey light, his dark lashes resting against his cheeks, his mouth relaxed in a way she had never seen when he was awake. Without the captain's coat, without rank marks, without the stern posture he wore like a second uniform, he looked younger. No, not younger. Less guarded. Nima knew what it meant to guard even while resting. She had slept for years with one hand under her pillow, one ear trained to footsteps, one corner of her mind awake enough to count exits. Tavren slept as if some part of him still trusted the world to hold for a moment. She envied that. Then she noticed his hand twitch near the bandage, as if pain had found him even in sleep. She crossed the room softly, pulled a folded blanket from the back of a chair, and draped it over him. Tavren stirred. Nima, he murmured. I was not stealing anything, she whispered. His eyes opened halfway. I did not accuse you. You were thinking it. I was dreaming about turnips. That is worse. A faint smile touched his mouth, then faded as he tried to sit straighter. Nima put a hand on his shoulder. No. His brows lifted. I am practicing command, she said. Do not ruin it. You have always commanded. Thieves. Children. Occasionally tea kettles. Not wounded captains. Suspended captains. Her hand stilled. The joke had been too close to the wound beneath the bandage. Tavren saw her face. Nima. You gave up command for me. I gave up obedience to a lie. That sounds nobler. It is more accurate. She sat on the chair beside him, folding her gloved hands in her lap. The blue glove still bore a faint shadow of his blood near the seam, despite Mera's scrubbing. Nima suspected it would never fully wash out. She was not sure she wanted it to. Will they restore you? She asked. I do not know. That was not supposed to be the answer. It is the only one I have. You are very bad at comforting fugitives. Former fugitives, perhaps. She looked toward the door. Not yet. No, Tavren admitted. Not yet. Beyond the chamber, the palace began to wake into consequence. Footsteps hurried past. Voices rose, dropped, and rose again. Somewhere, a clerk shouted for more ink. Somewhere else, a noblewoman demanded to know whether breakfast would still be served, which Nima thought was proof that some people could survive the collapse of public trust with their priorities polished intact. Tavren followed her gaze. The inquiry begins soon. Yes. You should eat. So should you. I am under medical orders. I am under Mera's, which are worse. He gave the smallest laugh. She treasured it immediately and resented herself for doing so. A knock came at the door. Nima stood. Duchess Ameloon entered without ceremony, though 2 guards and Kestra Vale remained just beyond the threshold. The Duchess had changed from her torn festival gown into a plain dark blue dress. Her copper-brown hair had been braided simply down her back. Without the ceremonial jewels and court arrangement, she looked less like a painted ruler and more like a young woman who had spent the night staring at the ruins of every certainty she had inherited. Still, she carried herself with a new steadiness. Tavren tried to rise. Duchess Ameloon lifted one hand. Do not. Surgeon Ket threatened to hold me personally responsible if you reopened your wound in a gesture of respect. Tavren settled back, though reluctantly. Your Grace. Nima gave a smaller bow than court required and a larger one than habit preferred. Your Grace. The Duchess looked at her for a moment. Nima Quill, she said. Last night I called you accused before the city. This morning I call you necessary. Nima did not know what to do with that. So she did what she usually did when uncertain. She became difficult. Necessary things are often unpleasant. Kestra, behind the Duchess, made a soft sound that might have been agreement. Ameloon's mouth curved faintly. Yes. I am learning that. Tavren watched the Duchess carefully. What has Corven said? Nothing useful. Many elegant variations of silence. Several implications that I am too young, too frightened, or too dependent on his office to proceed without him. Her expression hardened. Each implication has clarified my resolve. Nima liked her better for that. And his allies? Tavren asked. Some deny knowledge. Some claim obedience. Some have suddenly discovered frail health and urgent country estates. Ameloon's fingers moved toward her signet ring, then stopped before touching it. The false arrest orders are being gathered. The treasury accounts are sealed. Guildmaster Orith has taken custody of all official oathglass until each shard can be inspected. Tavren nodded. Good. Captain, the Duchess paused. Tavren. I owe you more than restoration, but restoration is where I can begin. Your suspension is void. Nima's breath left her quietly. Tavren's expression did not change as much as she expected. He bowed his head. Thank you, Your Grace. I am not finished. Ameloon glanced toward Nima. The guard command must be restructured. No minister should be able to seize it through paperwork and fear. Until permanent reforms are written, you will resume command under direct ducal authority, with guild witness review for extraordinary arrests. Tavren absorbed that. That will anger the council. Yes, Ameloon said. I expect many mornings will do that now. There was steel beneath the softness. Not Corven's cold, brittle kind. Something warmer. Tempered, perhaps, by humiliation and anger and the sudden knowledge that a throne could become a cage if others held every key. Then the Duchess turned fully to Nima. As for you, she said. Nima's fingers flexed. There it was. As for me, she repeated. You stole. You led unlawful crews. You interfered with official patrols. You hid records from the court. You escaped custody. With assistance, Nima said, because if she was going to fall, she refused to fall alone. Tavren gave her a look. Ameloon did not smile, though Kestra's eyes moved toward the ceiling. Yes, the Duchess said. With assistance. The room quieted. Ameloon stepped closer. But you also preserved evidence that my court failed to seek. You protected children my city failed to protect. You saved Ivan Marek, warned Captain Caul, stopped the emergency decree, and stood in public when any sensible criminal would have run. I am not always sensible. No, Ameloon said. Fortunately. Nima looked away first. The Duchess continued. I will not pretend the law can simply forget what you have done. Nor will I pretend the law has clean hands where you are concerned. So I offer you something difficult. Nima's eyes narrowed. People usually say that before handing me a trap. Perhaps it is one. Ameloon's honesty was unexpected enough to silence her. I want you to help rebuild what Corven corrupted. Nima stared. Tavren did not. He looked as though the thought had already visited him and been given tea. The Duchess said, "The palace knows little of the lower bridges except what frightened clerks, offended merchants, and ambitious guards write in ledgers. That ignorance made Corven powerful. I intend to create an office that listens before punishment is sharpened. A district liaison with authority to bring complaints, witness challenges, guard misconduct, oathglass concerns, and child welfare matters directly before the ducal seat." Nima folded her arms. That sounds like a lovely office for someone with clean shoes. It needs someone with dirty ones. Your Grace, Tavren said quietly, Nima is not wrong to be cautious. I know. The Duchess looked at her. I am not asking you to become a court ornament. I am asking whether you will lend the city what you built in spite of us, so that fewer children need to survive in spite of us. The words struck too cleanly. Nima wanted to reject them. It would have been safer. Easier. She could return to rooftops, gather what remained of her crews, rebuild smaller and sharper. She could keep the title, keep the ledgers in her own hands, keep trusting only those who knew how to vanish. Except the ledger was already given. The crown already cracked. And hadn't she stood on Garen's old rain barrel and told thieves that terrified districts sold them, but hungry districts hid them? Hadn't she built rules because she wanted something better than the old ways? Hadn't she risked everything because she could no longer bear watching law belong only to those who could purchase true glass? What about my people? She asked. Amelune nodded, as if she had expected the question and respected it. Non-violent offenses committed by children under adult instruction will be reviewed for amnesty. Apprenticeship contracts will be funded from recovered accounts. Those who committed violent crimes will face public review, not private vengeance. Your ledger will not become a hunting list. It will be sealed under 3 marks: mine, Guildmaster Oritha's, and Captain Caul's. Any use of it must be witnessed. Nima looked at Tavren. He nodded once. A knot in her chest loosened by a thread. And adults? Nima asked. The ones who stole to eat. The ones who smuggled bread. The ones who broke bad locks and worse laws. Case review, Amelune said. Restitution where possible. Punishment where necessary. Mercy where deserved. I cannot promise no consequences. I would not believe you if you did. The Duchess accepted that too. Then perhaps we can work together. Nima gave a quiet laugh without amusement. The palace wants to hire the Sparrow Queen. No, Amelune said. I want to retire her. The words settled heavily. Nima felt Tavren watching her, but he did not speak. Bless him for that. Curse him for understanding that silence was sometimes the greater mercy. What would this office be called? Nima asked. Amelune glanced at Kestra. Kestra stepped forward. Her Grace suggested Keeper of Small Doors. Nima blinked. That is a ridiculous title. Kestra's face remained solemn. Most official titles are. It sounds like I misplaced a cupboard. Duchess Amelune's mouth twitched. It means the person who knows the entrances others ignore. Nima looked out the window again, toward the bridges, the canals, the still smoking lamps. Keeper of Small Doors. Not queen. Not prisoner. Not palace pet. Something else. Something not yet spoiled by old hands. I have terms, Nima said. Amelune inclined her head. I assumed. Tavren's eyes warmed. Nima counted on her fingers. No child imprisoned for theft of food. No workhouse contracts without district witness. Lower bridge courts receive true oathglass access, inspected by the Cutters Guild, not palace clerks alone. Every prisoner convicted on shards cut under Corven's authority gets review. Guard patrols in poor districts include at least one officer approved by district speakers. Debt arrests require public record. And Mera Duskettle receives a city license for her tea shop that no inspector can threaten because she refuses to flatter them. From behind the Duchess, Kestra murmured, the last one seems specific. It is vital civic repair, Nima said. Amelune looked as though she wanted to laugh and had decided not to waste the strength. Some of these will require council approval. Then begin with the ones that do not. Some will be opposed. Then oppose back. Some will fail. Nima's jaw tightened. Then we try again loudly. The Duchess held her gaze. Then she nodded. Agreed in principle, Amelune said. Written by noon. Witnessed by guild and guard by sunset. Nima stared despite herself. That was too easy. It will not be easy, the Duchess said. I am simply tired of pretending delay is wisdom. Tavren spoke quietly. Your Grace, there is still Corven's forged conspiracy oath. Amelune's expression sobered. Yes. That will be addressed first. The inquiry convened in the Hall of Civic Oaths. The same hall where Tavren had sworn command days earlier now held the entire wound of Velaris in miniature. Duchess Amelune sat not on the high judgment chair but at a plain table facing the witnesses. Guildmaster Orith stood beside a basin of water and a rack of inspected oathglass shards. Tavren, bandaged beneath his uniform, stood at the Duchess's left despite Darbra Ket glaring from a bench with arms folded. Nima stood at the right, not because anyone had told her to, but because she refused to stand behind. The hall filled until the doors had to remain open. Guards lined the walls, but not as they had under Corven. Bram had arranged them in mixed pairs, city guards beside palace guards, senior officers beside young ones, men and women from different districts standing under the watch of guild witnesses. The visual message was plain. No single hand held all the keys anymore. Corven was brought in shackled. He had been cleaned of blood, of course. Men like Corven understood that appearance was half of power. His silver hair was combed, his dark robe replaced by a plain prisoner's coat, but he still moved as though the hall belonged to him and everyone else had merely arrived early. Pellis Ardo followed under separate guard, his silver tooth less impressive now that his lip was split. Gad Vaughan limped behind him. Several palace clerks, wax keepers, debt agents, and false witnesses were brought in one by one. The first matter was the forged conspiracy oath. Corven's supporters had planned it carefully. A cracked shard was produced by one of his clerks, who claimed it held an oath between Nima, Tavren, Ivan, and several guild members to overthrow the Duchess and seize civic control during the Festival of Lamps. A serious accusation, Duchess Amelune said. Corven's expression remained composed. A tragic necessity, Your Grace. You have been deceived by sentiment and spectacle. Test the shard. Let truth speak. Nima leaned slightly toward Tavren. He seems calm. He believes the shard will confuse the room. Will it? Not if Orith is as good as she looks. Guildmaster Orith looked like a woman who had once bitten a coin to test its purity and judged the coin for complaining. She lifted the cracked shard with iron tongs and examined it under a lamp. This shard has been split after recording, she said. Corven inclined his head. An injury sustained during the chaos last night. No, Oritha's voice was flat. The split is older. The edges were polished to hide it. Poorly. A murmur moved through the hall. Orith placed the shard in water. It hissed. Not sang. Not glowed. Hissed. Fragments of voices spilled out, broken and overlapping. Captain Tavren Caul. Seize civic authority. Nima Quill. By flame and bridge. Duchess Amelune Vea. Remove. The voices tangled, then collapsed into a shriek of blue sparks. The shard darkened. Orith removed it with visible disgust. Spliced fragments. Not a true oath. Duchess Amelune turned to Corven. You presented this as evidence. Corven's face did not change. I was given it in good faith. Nima laughed. It was not loud, but the hall heard it. Corven looked at her. Forgive me, Nima said. I was enjoying the acrobatics. His eyes narrowed. You think this exonerates you? No. I think it begins to bury you. The inquiry lasted all day. It did not move like tavern stories, where truth arrived shining and villains collapsed under its brightness. It moved like hard labor. Slow. Repetitive. Necessary. Ledgers were opened. Witnesses contradicted themselves. False wax was matched to seized seals. Account transfers were traced through shell companies. Prison lists were read aloud. The names of the wrongfully convicted filled the hall until the air itself seemed heavy with them. Ivan Marek testified from a chair. His voice shook, but it did not break. He named dates, accounts, cutter's marks, clerk assignments, and the night he had been taken. Lyra stood beside him, one hand resting on the back of his chair, and corrected 2 numbers when his pain blurred them. Brenna, the washerwoman from the cell across from Nima's, testified next. She had been brought in wearing a borrowed shawl and the stunned expression of someone not accustomed to important people listening. When asked to describe her supposed oath to the lender, she stood with both hands clenched and said, "I never touched glass. I never swore. I asked for 3 weeks to pay, and he said poor women should not speak as if time belonged to them." The lender who had accused her tried to object. Duchess Ameloon silenced him with one look. Nima liked her better again. Then came the prisoner's marks, the debt contracts, the work assignments. Corven's system had been elegant in its cruelty. It had taken small vulnerabilities and turned them into civic machinery. A missed payment became an oath. A false oath became a conviction. A conviction became labor. Labor repaired private canals that moved stolen goods. Stolen goods funded more false witnesses. Tavren stood through all of it. By late afternoon, his face had gone pale. Darbra Kett sent Nima 3 increasingly threatening looks. The third included a raised finger and silent mouthing that appeared to say, "If he falls, I blame you." Nima leaned toward him. "Sit. I am fine. You are the color of boiled parchment. Useful. Official documents are parchment. If you collapse, I will tell everyone you swooned." His mouth barely moved. "You would not. I would embroider it." He Saturday. Bram, nearby, covered a cough. Nima did not smile. Much. Near sunset, Orvek Tallow was brought forward. He looked smaller without his crowd. Still broad, still red-bearded, still wearing boots too fine for his taste and too loud for his circumstances, but his pride had begun to sag beneath fear. He avoided Nima's eyes at first. Duchess Ameloon studied him. "You are Orvek Tallow, crew leader of the West Canal thieves?" Orvek swallowed. "I was." "Were you in contact with agents of Minister Corven Jast?" He looked toward Corven. Corven did not look back. That did what threats could not. Orvek's face darkened with the sudden understanding that he had been useful but never valued. "Yes," he said. The hall stirred. "Speak clearly," Ameloon ordered. "Yes, Your Grace. I met a man with the thorn mark. 3 times. He said if I helped name Nima Quill for palace crimes, her crews would be broken and mine would be left alone." Nima kept her face still. "What did you provide?" Tavren asked. Orvek's eyes flicked to him. "Safehouse guesses. Old roots. Names of people who might be turned. Nothing about children." Nima's voice was quiet. "You named Pello." Orvek flinched. The hall seemed to sharpen around that one name. He looked at her then, shame and anger fighting in his face. "I told them he ran messages. Not where he slept." "You thought that made it clean?" "No." The word came out rough. "No, I didn't." Pello sat in the back between Sella and Mera, arms folded, trying to look unmoved and failing. Sella's hand rested on his shoulder. Duchess Ameloon spoke before Nima could. "Your testimony does not erase your actions. But it will be recorded." Orvek nodded once, miserable. As he was led away, he paused beside Nima. For a moment, she thought he would bluster. Or spit. Or call her little bird one last time. Instead, he said, "You were better at it than Garon." Nima looked at him. He gave a bitter little smile. "Being queen." Then he walked on. Nima did not know what to do with that either. By nightfall, the first judgments were clear. Corven Jast was stripped of office and held for formal sentencing. Pelisardo, Gad Vaughan, the false witnesses, and several palace clerks were imprisoned pending individual trials. The emergency decree was burned publicly in a brass basin before the hall doors. The forged conspiracy shard was wrapped in black cloth and sealed for guild instruction as an example of oathglass corruption. But punishment was the easy part. The harder part began after most of the hall emptied and the people who remained were too tired to pretend reform could be tidy. Duchess Ameloon sat with Tavren, Nima, Bram, Seller, Lyra, Guildmaster Orith, Kestra, 2 district speakers, and a baker who had somehow become the voice of the Market Guild by virtue of being loudest and least corrupt. Mera had refused a seat at the table and sat near the wall instead, claiming she listened better from places where people forgot to perform. No one forgot Mera. Nima's terms lay written across 3 sheets. Amnesty, said the baker, squinting. That word will make merchants nervous. Good, Nima said. Nervous merchants count their own purses more carefully and blame fewer children. The baker considered this. True. A district speaker named Jun, a narrow woman with iron-grey hair, tapped the apprenticeship clause. Recovered stolen taxes should fund repairs first. Children are repairs, Seller said. Jun looked at her, then nodded slowly. Fair. Guildmaster Orith adjusted the section on oathglass access. True shards for lower courts will require cutters, witnesses, storage, inspection, and training. It will not be cheap. Neither was corruption, Tavren said. No, Orith said. But corruption hides its invoices. Duchess Ameloon wrote something in the margin. We will begin with 3 district oath tables. East Steps, West Lock, and the Lower Market. Nima leaned forward. And Sparrow Bridge. Ameloon looked up. Nima held her gaze. If the palace truly means to hear small doors, put one where the city can see both hill and gutter. Kestra said softly, symbolically inconvenient. Excellent, Tavren said. Nima glanced at him. He looked innocent. Poorly. Ameloon dipped her pen. Sparrow Bridge, then. They worked until candle stubs guttered. By the end, the first reforms were not complete. Nothing so deep could be complete in a night. But they were written. Witnessed. Marked. Not by one shard controlled by one office, but by many hands, Duchess, Guild, Guard, District, and, after a long hesitation, Nima Quill. She signed last. The pen felt heavier than any stolen jewel. Her name looked strange in formal ink. Nima Quill. Not Sparrow Queen. Just herself. When she set the pen down, Tavren was watching. She arched one brow. Do not look sentimental. You will strain your stitches. I was admiring your handwriting. Liar. It is memorable. It is criminal. Less so now. That made her smile, though she tried to hide it. Across the table, Duchess Ameloon sprinkled sand over the signatures. Then it is begun. Begun, Mera said from the wall, is a pretty word for a great deal of trouble. The Duchess looked at her. Do you object? I approve. That is why I am warning you. The days that followed did not unfold like victory. Victory, Nima discovered, made excellent festival songs and poor civic policy. The city was angry. Not one anger, but hundreds. Some were righteous. Some were selfish. Some had been waiting years for permission to speak and came out tangled. The families of the imprisoned demanded release by nightfall. Merchants demanded repayment. Nobles demanded reassurance. Guards demanded clarity. Thieves demanded to know whether Nima had sold them. Children demanded to know whether apprenticeships included meals. Mera demanded that everyone stop demanding things before breakfast. Tavren returned to the guardhouse and removed Pelisardo's name from the temporary command board with such calm precision that Bram later described it as the most polite execution he had ever seen. Tavren then called every officer into the yard and read aloud the restored command order, the inquiry findings, and the new restrictions on arrest authority. Some guards looked relieved. Some looked offended. Some looked afraid. Tavren noticed all 3. Anyone who joined the guard to serve the city has work ahead, he told them. Anyone who joined to purchase silence or sell fear should resign before we discover each other formally. 3 men resigned by noon. Bram smiled for the first time in 2 days. Nima began work from a borrowed room above Mera's tea shop because she refused to sit in a palace office until the palace stopped smelling like polished gilt. A painted sign appeared outside before she approved it. Keeper of small doors. Complaints, witnesses, lost children, bad guards, worse nobles. Tea extra. Mera, Nima said, staring at it. Mera looked up from sweeping. Yes. Did you make this? No. Did you pay someone to make this? No. Did you frighten someone into making it? Frighten is such a narrow word. The sign stayed. People came. At first, they came cautiously, as if expecting the room to bite. A dockworker whose brother had vanished into prison labor. A girl whose employer kept her apprenticeship wages. A ferryman fined twice for the same license because the first clerk had pocketed the coin. A guard's widow denied pension because her husband's oathglass record had gone cloudy after he accused a superior of bribes. Nima listened. That was harder than stealing. Stealing required movement, nerve, and timing. Listening required stillness. It required holding anger without spending it too early. It required letting people tell their stories badly, out of order, with tears, contradictions, shame, and fury. It required admitting that she could not fix all of it by dawn. She hated that part. Cellar helped. Lyra helped when palace duties allowed. Pello appointed himself junior assistant and made a terrible clerk because he added drawings to official margins. Unfortunately, his drawings were sometimes useful. A sketch of a guard's crooked nose identified a man no witness could name. A drawing of a warehouse door revealed a hidden shipping mark. A cartoon of Tavren frowning over paperwork became so popular among the sparrows that Nima had to confiscate 6 copies. Tavren found one anyway. This is flattering, he said, holding up the drawing. Nima glanced at it. Pello had exaggerated Tavren's eyebrows until they resembled storm clouds. It captures your essence. I do not loom that much. You loom at breakfast. I stand. With judicial severity. He studied the paper. Why am I holding a turnip? Symbolism. Tavren folded the drawing and placed it in his coat. You are keeping it? Nima asked. Evidence. Of what? Public sentiment. She laughed, and the room seemed briefly lighter. Those moments became the secret architecture of their days. They were not courtship in the way songs described it. No balcony serenades, no enchanted roses, no moonlit declarations beneath impossible stars. Their affection grew instead in ledgers shared over cold tea, in arguments over policy margins, in Tavren walking Nima home from palace meetings though she knew 13 safer routes than he did, in Nima slipping food onto his desk when he forgot supper, in quiet looks across crowded rooms when someone spoke a truth they had both nearly died to protect. Once, after a long day of reviewing prisoner cases, Nima found Tavren alone in the Hall of Civic Oaths. He stood before his captain's oathglass shard. It remained clear. She paused in the doorway. Are you checking whether it cracked? I know it has not. Then why stare? He did not turn. Because I nearly believed keeping my oath meant obeying the order attached to it. Nima crossed the hall slowly. The evening light through the high windows turned the shard pale blue. And now? Now I think an oath is not a cage unless fear holds the key. She stood beside him. That sounds like another pillow. Mera could start a business. She already has 5. He smiled faintly. Nima looked at the oathglass. I used to hate it. I know. I still do, some days. I know. I watched shards condemn people who did not know how to defend themselves. Watched rich men swear carefully and poor women break under words they barely understood. I thought truth was just another thing the palace mined from the dark and sold back to us. Tavren turned toward her. And now? Now I think truth is like a knife. His brow rose. In the wrong hand, it cuts the bound. In the right hand, it cuts the rope. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, that is better than my pillow line. Obviously. They stood in silence. Nima looked at his hand resting near the oathglass stand. The scar across one knuckle. The steady fingers. The same hand that had held her wrist on Sparrow Bridge, cut her ropes beneath a carriage, accepted her ledger without greed, touched her cheek as if tenderness itself could be an oath. She reached for him. Not boldly. Not secretly. Simply. Her fingers slipped into his. Tavren looked down at their joined hands, then at her. Is this allowed? He asked softly. I am keeper of small doors. I will draft a permit. His thumb brushed lightly across her glove. Good. The trouble with happiness, Nima discovered, was that it did not remove fear. It made fear more imaginative. There were still dangers. Corven's sentencing took weeks. His allies did not all vanish. Some tried to bribe their way into smaller guilt. Some turned on one another. Some attempted to discredit the reforms by spreading rumors that Nima controlled the Duchess through thief magic, which might have been more impressive if Nima had possessed any magic beyond lockpicks and stubbornness. One night, a stone crashed through Mera's front window with a note tied around it. "Thieves do not belong in law." Mera picked up the stone, read the note, and said, "Waste of a good window." Nima wanted to laugh. Instead, she went cold. Tavren arrived within 10 minutes, summoned by a sparrow who had apparently run across 4 rooftops and 1 laundry line in record time. He examined the stone, the street, the angle of throw, and Mera's expression. "Do you know who sent it?" he asked. Mera set a broom against the wall. "Someone with poor spelling and worse aim." Nima stood beside the broken window. "It is not only the note." Tavren looked at her. "It is what they are saying out loud now." She touched the frame where glass had shattered. "Some of the crews think I handed them to the palace. Some of the merchants think I am protecting criminals. Some guards think I am watching them for mistakes." "You are watching them for mistakes. That is not the point." "It is part of the point." She turned from the window. "Do you ever worry this cannot work?" "Yes." The answer was so immediate that it steadied her. Tavren stepped closer. "Every day." That was meant to be comforting. "I worry it cannot work if we pretend ink changes hearts by itself. I worry the council will delay. I worry the guard will resent district oversight. I worry your people will mistake accountability for betrayal. I worry the Duchess will be surrounded again by smoother liars. I worry I will miss something obvious because I want so badly to believe we are improving." Nima looked up at him. "That is a long list. I keep ledgers now." "Bad influence." She managed a small smile. He reached out but did not touch her until she nodded. Then he rested his hands lightly on her shoulders. "But I do not worry that trying is foolish," he said. "And I do not worry that you belong in this work." Her throat tightened. "Even when stones come through windows?" "Especially then." Behind them, Mera said, "If you two are going to have a meaningful moment, do it away from the draft. I am old and the window is dead." Nima leaned her forehead briefly against Tavren's chest and laughed. He held still, as if receiving a great honor. Perhaps he was. By the time Corven's formal sentence was pronounced, the first district oath table had been built at Sparrow Bridge. It was plain, sturdy, and deliberately uncovered by palace stone. The table stood beneath an open arch with the canal below and the bridge above, where anyone passing could see hearings held in daylight. Guildmaster Orith provided inspected oathglass in locked cases witnessed by cutters from 3 districts. Duchess Ameloon attended the first session herself, not from a raised chair, but from a bench beside the complainants. The first case was Brenna's. Her false debt oath was voided. The lender's forged witness was charged. Brenna stood very still when the decision was read, then covered her face with both hands and wept without sound. Nima looked away because some dignity deserved privacy. Tavren, standing beside her, offered a clean handkerchief. Nima took it and passed it to Brenna. The second case involved a baker accusing a boy of stealing 6 rolls. Pello, who knew the boy, insisted the number was 4. The baker insisted 6. The boy said 3.5 because he had dropped one in the canal and did not think that should count. Nima closed her eyes. Tavren coughed into his fist. The result was restitution through work, the baker agreeing to feed 2 apprentices, and Pello being removed from the hearing after attempting to argue canal depreciation. The city did not transform. It shifted. A little. Enough to hear the stones move. Weeks passed. Rain came and went. Lanterns were rehung. The false shards were broken under guild supervision and buried outside the city walls. Captain Rusk's body was found below the west lock, wrapped in a guard cloak and hidden behind a collapsed sluice gate. Tavren attended the burial in full uniform. Nima stood at the edge of the cemetery beneath a black umbrella, not close enough to intrude, not far enough to leave him alone. Afterward, Tavren found her near the gate. "Thank you for coming," he said. I did not know him. No. But he asked questions. Yes. Someone should stand for that. Tavren looked back at the fresh grave. He deserved to see the answers. So did many. Yes. Nima slipped her hand into his. Neither spoke for a long time. The city bells rang the hour. At last, Tavren said, I have been thinking. A dangerous habit. We should have intervened sooner. His mouth curved, but he seemed unusually serious. Not here. Nima's heart did something foolish and hard. Not here, she repeated. He looked at the cemetery gate, the road, the grey afternoon sky. There is somewhere I would like to show you. When you are ready. Nima swallowed. She knew, somehow. Not the details. Not the shape of it. But she knew that something was coming, and for once she did not want to flee ahead of it. I am ready, she said. Tavren took her to the roof of St. Oran's bell house. The old courtyard below had changed. Not cleaned exactly. Nima distrusted places that became clean too quickly. But repaired. The broken arch had been reinforced. The rain barrel where she had declared her rules now held actual rainwater rather than revolutionary significance. The painted sparrow in a blue captain's coat remained on the bell tower door because Bram had forbidden its removal, claiming it was historically insulting. At the top of the bell house, the city opened around them. Velaris spread in all directions, bridges crossing canals like stone ribbons, market roofs patched in red and grey, palace terraces rising white above the mist, barges moving below with lamps swinging at their bows. Sparrow Bridge stood in the middle distance, its new oath table visible beneath the arch. Nima rested her hands on the parapet. You brought me to my old court. I thought it fitting. Should I be worried? Tavren stood beside her, one hand resting near his side where the wound had mostly healed. Perhaps. She turned. He was nervous. Captain Tavren Caul, who had faced corrupt ministers, armed guards, forged warrants, river tunnels, and Darbraket's wrath, was nervous. Nima's own breath caught. Tavren. I have rehearsed this, he said. Oh no. That was not the intended response. I am sorry. Continue. I will look solemn. You are smiling. I smile solemnly. He took a breath, then laughed softly at himself. I had a speech. Was it good? It was orderly. Then perhaps it is better lost. He looked at her, and the humor faded into tenderness. Nima Quill, he said, I loved you first as a problem. She blinked. That is a terrible beginning. I know. Continue. I loved you as a problem because you refused every easy answer. You made me see the city under the reports. You made me angry at things I had learned to call unfortunate. You stole my purse, mocked my raids, left recipes as evidence, and taught children to use my lieutenant's sneezes for intelligence work. Bram was honored. He was not. No. Tavren took her gloved hands in his. Then I loved you as a partner. In alleys, archives, tunnels, hearings. In danger and in work. You trusted me with your ledger, your people, your name. I do not know if I have deserved that trust every day, but I want to spend my life trying. Nima's eyes burned. The city blurred. Tavren lowered himself carefully to one knee. Oh, she whispered, and all her cleverness abandoned her at once. He held up a small box. Not velvet. Not jeweled. A simple riverwood box carved with a tiny sparrow on the lid. Inside lay a ring of warm gold set not with a gem, but with 2 tiny chips of true oathglass, one blue and one grey, sealed beneath clear crystal. I know you distrust vows made to trap, Tavren said. So I ask for one made freely. No chain. No performance. No crown. Only this. Will you marry me, stand beside me, argue with me, correct me when I become insufferable, and let me love you openly, in daylight, for as long as we are given? Nima stared at him. There were many answers she could have made. Witty ones. Defensive ones. Ones that bought time. Ones that hid the trembling in her chest behind laughter. But Tavren had asked in daylight. So she answered in daylight. Yes, she said. The word broke on a laugh and came out with tears. Tavren's face changed so completely that Nima nearly cried harder. Joy moved through him, unguarded and bright. Yes, he repeated. Yes, you impossible man. Do not make me say it twice on a roof. He rose carefully, and she met him halfway, throwing her arms around him with enough force that he gave a soft oof. Your side, she said, immediately pulling back. My heart, actually. That was awful. I am newly engaged. My judgment is impaired. She laughed through tears. He slid the ring onto her finger over her grey glove, then paused. Is that acceptable? Nima looked at the gold against worn grey cloth. Her mother's glove. Tavren's ring. Her past and future touching without one devouring the other. Yes, she said softly. It is perfect. From somewhere below came a sniff. Nima turned sharply. Pello, Sella, Mera, Bram, Lyra, and Duchess Ameloon herself were gathered at the roof stair entrance in varying states of failed secrecy. Pello was openly crying. Sella was pretending not to. Mera looked pleased with herself. Bram looked as if he had been dragged there under duress and would deny any emotional involvement under oath. Lyra clutched a handkerchief. The Duchess wore a cloak with the hood up and the expression of someone who had escaped 2 council meetings for this and considered it worthwhile. Nima stared. How long have you been there? Pello wiped his nose. Since loved you first as a problem. Nima turned on Tavren. You planned an audience. Tavren's ears darkened. I was told proposals should have witnesses. By whom? Bram slowly raised one hand. In my defense, I expected him to ignore me. Mera snorted. No, you didn't. Duchess Ameloon stepped forward, smiling. Congratulations, Keeper Quill. Captain Caul. Nima looked at the gathered faces, her stitched-together family, the friend who had guarded her heart before Nima admitted it had one, the boy she had tried to save from the city and who had helped save it back, the clerk who chose courage despite fear, the lieutenant who disliked nearly everything and stood firm anyway, the Duchess learning to rule, the tea-shop tyrant who had seen too much and fed everyone regardless. For once, being witnessed did not feel like being trapped. It felt like being held. The wedding took place 1 month later at dawn on Sparrow Bridge. Nima had argued for something smaller. Tavren had agreed. Then Mera, Sella, Pello, Bram, Duchess Ameloon, Guildmaster Orith, the Market Guild, 3 crews of former thieves, half the city guard, and an alarming number of lower bridge residents had become involved. The result was technically small only if compared to a coronation, invasion, or public execution. It is not a spectacle, Sella said as she adjusted the cuffs of Nima's dress in Mera's upstairs room. Nima looked out the window at the bridge, where people were already gathering under strings of dawn lanterns and grey-blue ribbons. Sella. It is an affectionate civic incident. My wedding has traffic control. Only because Pello tried to train pigeons to carry petals. I still think it could have worked, Pello called from the hallway. No one asked you, Nima and Sella said together. Nima turned from the window. She hardly recognized herself. The dress was simple compared to court gowns, which meant she could breathe and possibly run if disaster required it. Ivory wool silk fell in clean lines to her ankles, stitched by Sella with tiny grey and blue feathers along the cuffs. The embroidery was so fine that the feathers seemed to move when she did. Her curls were pinned back with copper clips, and the brass bird charm rested at her throat. Her gloves lay on the table. Grey and blue. Mended, cleaned, familiar. Sella followed her gaze. You do not have to wear them. I know. You can. I know. Nima touched the grey glove, then the blue. For years, they had been armor. Memory. Defiance. A way of carrying those she loved into rooms where love was a weakness. Now she slid them on slowly. Not as armor. As witness. Sella's eyes softened. Your mother would have liked him. Nima swallowed. She would have stolen his purse first. Obviously. And given it back. Eventually. Nima laughed, then pressed both hands over her mouth because the laugh had come too close to a sob. Sella stepped behind her and wrapped both arms around her. For once, Nima did not pretend she did not need it. Downstairs, Mera shouted, if anyone cries on the dress before the ceremony, I charge extra. Sella whispered, she is crying in the kitchen. I heard that, Mera called. Good, Nima called back. The sun had not yet risen when Nima stepped onto Sparrow Bridge. The city was washed in blue-grey dawn. Mist curled along the canals below. Lanterns shaped like small birds hung from the bridge rails, their flames protected by glass. Flowers scattered across the stones, mostly white and yellow, with occasional suspicious turnips placed by someone who was either Pello or Bram. Possibly both. Former thieves stood beside guards. Market women stood beside clerks. Oathglass cutters stood beside dockworkers. Duchess Ameloon stood near the center in a pale gold cloak, not as ruler presiding, but as witness. Guildmaster Orith stood beside the oath table with 2 small true shards resting in a silver bowl. Kestra Vale held the ceremonial record book. Lyra stood with Ivan, who leaned on a cane but smiled more easily now. Mera sat in the front row pretending the canal mist was affecting her eyes. Sella walked at Nima's side until the last few steps, then squeezed her hand and let go. At the center of the bridge stood Tavren. He wore his formal captain's coat, dark blue with silver fastenings, but no medals. Nima had asked why. "I will wear the coat because the city knows it," he had said. "Not the medals because this is not about what I have done." Now, as he saw her, all of his careful composure softened. Nima walked toward him. For once, no part of her wanted to run. Pello carried the paired oathglass shards on a cushion far too solemnly for a boy who had once stolen 3 custard tarts during a funeral procession. He reached the table, lifted the cushion, and whispered loudly to Orith, "I did not drop them." Orith whispered back, "A historic achievement." Several people laughed. The ceremony began with no long speeches, because Nima had threatened to pickpocket anyone who used the phrase sacred civic union more than once. Duchess Ameloon spoke briefly. Velaris has long trusted oathglass to remember what people promise. But glass alone cannot make a vow true. Only the heart speaking can do that. Today, before city, bridge, river, and those who love them, Nima Quill and Tavren Caul make such a promise freely. Freely. Nima looked at Tavren. His eyes were already on hers. Guildmaster Orith placed 1 shard in Nima's palm and 1 in Tavren's. The glass was cool at first, then warmed as their hands closed around it. Tavren spoke first. "I, Tavren Caul, by my own name and no borrowed authority, take you, Nima Quill, as my wife. I promise to stand beside you in truth, not above you in pride. I promise to listen when the city whispers and when you speak plainly enough to bruise my dignity. I promise to protect without caging, to argue without cruelty, to serve justice without forgetting mercy, and to love you in shadow, daylight, danger, ordinary mornings, and all the unfinished work between." Nima's shard glowed in response as witness, soft blue-white against her glove. Her throat tightened dangerously. Tavren's smile was small and encouraging, as if he knew she was balancing on a roofline inside herself. Nima drew breath. "I, Nima Quill, by my own name and no stolen crown, take you, Tavren Caul, as my husband. I promise not to pick every lock before asking whether you have a key." A ripple of laughter moved through the bridge. Tavren's eyes brightened. Nima continued, steadier now. "I promise to trust you with the truth even when hiding would be easier. I promise to stand beside you, not behind you, and to pull you back when honor tries to get itself killed. I promise to make room for mercy without letting cruelty call itself order. I promise to love you with quick hands, open eyes, stubborn hope, and a heart that came late to daylight but knows where it wants to stay." Tavren's shard warmed, glowing brighter. Nima's hands trembled. Not from fear. Orith lowered both shards into the silver bowl. The water shimmered. Their spoken vows echoed faintly once, not loudly enough for the whole bridge to hear every word again, but enough for those nearest to smile. Then the shards cleared and settled, uncracked. True. Not because magic approved them. Because they had meant what they said. Duchess Ameloon's voice softened. "Then before witness and city, you are husband and wife." For half a heartbeat, Nima simply looked at Tavren. Husband. The word felt impossible. Then Tavren leaned toward her, pausing just enough to let her meet him. Their kiss was gentle and brief, clean as dawn, and somehow more intimate than all the stolen moments that had led them there. The bridge erupted. Sparrows cheered from the railings and rooftops. guards stamped spear butts against stone. Mera sobbed openly and denied it to the baker beside her. Bram clapped with the grim determination of a man fulfilling a duty. Sella held Pello, who was crying again and insisting he had dust in both eyes. Above them, real sparrows startled from the bridge arches and swept into the brightening sky. The sun broke over Velaris. Gold spilled across the canals, the palace terraces, the lower roofs, the oath table, the faces turned upward. For one shining moment, the whole city seemed made of windows opening. After the ceremony, chaos resumed in its friendliest form. There was food on long tables, rye cakes, honey pears, river fish, sugared nuts, spiced tea, and onion soup made from Nima's abandoned raid recipe, which Tavren declared excellent and Bram declared politically suspicious. Pello gave a toast that began emotionally, lost its way in a story about tunnel beetles, and ended with everyone applauding because he had remembered to wish them happiness. Mera served tea to Duchess Ameloon and corrected her grip on the cup. Lyra danced once with Ivan, slowly so his cane would not slip, and blushed when the market women cheered. Orvek Tallow appeared near the edge of the crowd under guard escort, though not in chains. His sentence had not yet been completed, but he had been permitted to offer testimony in ongoing cases and repay what he could through labor at the district tables. He stood awkwardly beside a basket of bread until Nima saw him. Tavren noticed her noticing. "Do you want him removed?" he asked. "No." Nima crossed to Orvek. He shifted his weight. "Didn't come to make trouble. That is new." He huffed. "Came to say the bridge looks ridiculous." "It does. Too many flowers." "Yes." "Too many guards." "Yes." "Too many children staring at me like I am going to steal the cake." "Are you?" He glanced toward the cake. Nima lifted one brow. Orvek sighed. "No." "Then you are improving." He looked at Tavren across the crowd, then back at her. "You really gave it up? The crown? Everything?" Nima looked around. At Sella laughing with Kestra. At Pello trying to teach two young guards a sparrow signal and getting it wrong on purpose. At Brenna standing with her children near the oath table. At Duchess Ameloon listening intently to a dockworker who had clearly not expected to get past 3 words before being dismissed. At Tavren, speaking with Bram but watching Nima as if she were the fixed point by which he understood the morning. "No," she said. "Not everything." Orvek followed her gaze and grunted. "Suppose not." Then, after a painful pause, he said, "You were a better queen than the city deserved." Nima turned back to him. "I was a thief with rules," she said. "Same thing, sometimes." He picked up a bread roll, thought better of it, and looked to her for permission. Nima closed her eyes. "Take the roll, Orvek." He did. Later, when the formalities had thinned and the celebration spilled down into the lower market, Nima found Tavren at the center of Sparrow Bridge. He stood beside the oath table, looking out over the canal. His formal coat was unbuttoned now. Someone had tucked a white flower into one of the fastenings. Nima suspected Pello. Tavren had either not noticed or chosen surrender. She slipped beside him. "Regrets?" He turned. "Only that I did not hide more food before Bram found the honey pears. A tragic start to marriage. We will endure." She leaned against the rail. Below, the canal carried fallen petals in small bright clusters. "The city looks different." "It is different." "Not safe yet." "No." "Not fair yet." "No." "Still full of thieves." He looked at her. "Fewer queens." Nima smiled. From her pocket, she withdrew something small and familiar. Tavren's old signet ring. The one she had stolen the day they met. Tavren stared at it, then at her. "You kept it." "Obviously. All this time? I had to be sure you deserved it back." "And do I?" She pretended to consider. "You climb poorly, ask too many questions, trust dangerous women, and once hid under a carriage as if that were a reasonable rescue strategy." "All true." "You also returned my mother's charm, believed a thief over a minister, and gave me the north window because the latch stuck less." His expression softened. "Then?" Nima took his hand and placed the signet ring in his palm. Then she closed his fingers around it. "You may keep it now," she said. Tavren looked at the ring. Generous. I am known for restraint. You are not. No. He slid the signet onto his finger, then lifted her gloved hand and kissed her knuckles. Nima felt the warmth of it through the worn cloth. You know, he said, I thought this ring was the most valuable thing in my purse. It was. Not anymore. She narrowed her eyes. Captain Caul, if you become poetic in public, I will deny you. Husband Caul. That stopped her. Her heart did that new, impossible thing again, opening where once it had locked. Husband, she repeated softly. His thumb brushed over her wedding ring. Wife. Nima had owned many names. Pickpocket. Nobody. Sparrow. Queen. Fugitive. Keeper. Wife felt different. Not a title placed on her by fear or need or rumor. Not a mask, not a weapon, not a crown. A promise shared. A door opened from both sides. Behind them, Pello shouted, they are cutting the cake. Nima turned. If he takes the corner piece, I will start a civic incident. Tavren offered his arm. We should intervene for the good of Velaris. She took it. Together, they walked back into the celebration. The city around them was not remade in a single morning. No city was. There would be arguments, betrayals, repairs, new laws, old habits, hard winters, and days when hope felt like a lantern in hard rain. But the guard now stood beside district witnesses. Oathglass lay in more than noble hands. Children who had once run messages in fear now carried apprenticeship tokens, school slates, bread, and, sometimes, gossip because no reform could change human nature entirely. The palace had learned to listen downward. The lower bridges had learned that daylight could be entered without surrendering every shadow. And on Sparrow Bridge, under the first full sun after their vows, Nima Quill and Tavren Caul began their married life exactly as they had begun their partnership, side by side, watchful, arguing softly, and smiling as if every stolen moment had led them here. Above the bridge, sparrows wheeled through the gold-lit air. Below, the canal carried petals toward the wider river. And Velaris-of-the-Bridges, wounded and stubborn and no longer quite so afraid, rang its bells for a thief, a guard, a promise, and the small doors finally opening.